to our Trade and Tech conference. It's still early in the morning, and you belong to the group of dedicated and brave participants who are here already this morning to continue discussing with us transatlantic or German-American trade and tech issues. And we have, again, a wonderful agenda set, at least I think it's a wonderful agenda, and I hope you will agree, with a great lineup of speakers, but also different formats. And there are, again, going to be a lot of formats where we count on you to get involved, like our fishbowl exercise. And I hope we will see a great lineup of you wanting to come onto the stage and also participating. We also have the breakout sessions this morning with wonderful, really good topics: export control, the future of the trading system, and also the semiconductors. So that those hopefully are really going to be working sessions where we sit down together and not just talk about the problems and do an analysis on the status quo, but also look forward and how we could maybe work together on solutions. If you, like yesterday, if you do have any questions, or if you're lost, or if you don't know where to go, my wonderful Aspen team can always help and assist you. When you get involved speaking here or asking questions, sharing comments, it would be great, just as a reminder, that you always stand up, that you always have a mic, and that you try to look at both, or intermittently at the camera as well as the stage, because this is also a hybrid event. And we also want to make our online participants be included so that they really see who is asking a question from the audience. If you don't want to do that and still ask a question, you could do that also via the link and send in a question. Our moderators always know and see that on their iPad. So without further ado, I have wonderful moderators for our upcoming panels and discussions. And the first moderator I'm going to introduce to you is Sudha. Come on up. Yeah, big applause. Come on in. I was Sudha David Wilp is the head of the GMF, the German Marshall Fund, here in Berlin. And what is that?
The German Marshall Fund is an American organization based in DC that promotes transatlantic relations. We just celebrated our 50th anniversary last year.
Oh, wow. And you are American?
I'm American from the Hudson Valley, but I've been here for over a decade now.
And you are married to a German?
Married to a German. Guilty, yes.
So a true transatlantic story.
Yes.
And first time you came here?
I came here the first time, oh my goodness, in the spring of 1993 as an exchange student just to visit Berlin, but I was actually in Freiburg, Germany at the time.
And since you're a real German kenner, but also an American, what strikes you funny about Germans?
Strikes me funny about Germans. I mean, I guess I just had a conversation about this with Catherine in the other room. I think I know Germans are crazy about Fußball, but if I had known how fanatic the country is, I think I would have not put my son in Fußball here because I had no clue. We're like in a Stockholm hostage syndrome situation now. Can't get out of it.
Oh, wow. And what strikes you funny about Americans?
Funny about Americans?
Anything?
I don't know. I'm very patriotic. Maybe that we can't make good bread is like here in Germany.
I'm asking because on the first panel, we also want to look at issues of understandings and misunderstandings. Because a lot of times we think we're just the same and we understand each other, we like each other. And then sometimes we don't understand each other and then we are surprised. And I'm looking forward to this conversation. And with this, I hand it over into your trustful hands.
Thank you, Stormy. Good morning, everyone. I'd love for my panelists to come in. We have two amazing panelists, and maybe it's best if I take a corner seat and the two of you sit in the middle here. Okay. So as Stormy mentioned, I think the purpose of this sort of early morning discussion, which will be quick as a primer for the rest of the day, is about the state of the transatlantic relationship and looking at two sort of quintessential strands, the security relationship and the trade and economic relationship. And I think we'll also talk a little bit about the digital relationship as well, specifically because this is a conference on German-American trade and tech. So without further ado, because we don't have a lot of time, I think I'm going to start with Professor Dr. Marina Henke. She is a professor of international relations and director for the Center for International Security at the Hertie School. And we also have Professor Abraham Newman, who is a professor at the School of Foreign Service at Georgetown University and has a stint right now at the American Academy. Welcome to both of you. Marina, I'd like to start with you, if that's okay. I guess one could say that the security relationship has had sort of a renaissance or is flourishing at the moment, whereas the topic that Abe will discuss has a little bit more, shall we say, stumbling blocks at the moment. But over to you.
So February 24, 2022 was a real shock to the system here in Germany. I remember that I talked just days before the Russian invasion of Ukraine to, very high-level German officials, and they were convinced that this invasion wouldn't happen. And like maybe some of you know, the German intelligence chief, so the chief of the BND, was in Kiev on February 24th when the first missiles hit the city. So I think it kind of like illustrates you also, by the way, a little bit the state of German-US relations at the time, because the Germans clearly did not believe American intelligence, although American and British intelligence and other intelligence was very, very confident that this would actually occur. So the first couple of days, and I would even say the first couple of weeks, were then really marked by fear, tremendous fear that this war would very quickly escalate, and not in the sense that it would come to nuclear escalation, but rather that Ukraine would fall very quickly, and then the next country would be Moldova or maybe even the Baltics. And so when Scholz gave us now a very famous Zeitenwende speech, he was very serious about a renewal of German defense. And that I think the key driving force was really fear that war was back and that Germany had gravely misunderstood the Russians. So, and I think until now, there's no question that Germany has realized that they need America to protect Europe. So it's a conviction that you find even in very far-flung corners of this country. But, and this is the big but, then the war, at least for Germany, went in quotation marks pretty well. So I think right now an attack on NATO is rather unlikely, and the United States really stepped up to the plate. Is clearly the key supporter of Ukraine when it comes to military capabilities, but also intelligence and just in general, guiding Ukrainians in this war. Other European countries, notably the UK, also play a critical role, Eastern Europe, Scandinavia. And so Germany could, to a certain degree, allow itself that other priorities, took the eye from the prize. And I think this is what actually happens, why Germans are so reluctant, or the Scholz government, I must say, when it came to first the tank deliveries and, all other stuff. Because what really happens here is that, domestic political considerations, inner party rivalry, coalition rivalry, even personal rivalries between various ministers and the chancellors are kind of feeding into the decision-making process over whether the tanks and whether it's the howitzer or other material is being delivered to Ukraine. So frankly, I don't think it is whether we should fight this war or not. It's a question of should we do it, the Germans, or should rather Scholz cater to other preferences, sometimes quite minor preferences or minor priorities? Should he basically give priority to those other preferences instead of the other one? And so I think this is the big difficulty that that NATO, that the United States and US-German relations in this particular moment in the security field face. It's not that Germans doubt that the United States is important, but it is a tendency, again, that Germany can actually somewhat, and I put this, quite explicitly, cheap ride again on these efforts. And so I think what really the trick is, and also the difficulty for the US administration, also for other NATO member states, is to walk this fine line of basically putting pressure on the Germans that they really need to step up to the plate. This is their war that they're fighting in Ukraine, but at the same time, of course, also providing the support that is needed in Ukraine. And it's hard, right? I think it's a very fine line, and it's a very complicated process. And again, like it be in a different, I think it's really a new type of alliance that we're facing. We cannot just, NATO that existed since the end of the Cold War until February 24 will not come back. It's also not the NATO from the Cold War, because just like the strategic environment today is very different, but the issue of burden sharing, of responsibility inside of the alliance are kind of similar. And I think Germany hasn't fully realized that, this is something that they need to be fully engaged in, and it cannot be, like of lesser importance than like these kind of domestic, inner party, inner coalition issues.
So one quick follow-up question, and then we'll move over to you, Abe, and then I want to open it up to the audience. So do you think that Germany has grasped this idea of being a leader in Europe? It seems to me that in terms of the military role, Germany has still not fully embraced this idea that it could be sort of a coordinator in Europe. And do you think this, the sentiment of strategic autonomy is now out the window? And if not Germany, could Germany do it with another partner, perhaps France, together with Poland, although that relationship is quite fraught as well?
So I think Germans were really scared after February 24. But then a month in, 2 months in, when they realized, oh, this is actually going pretty well, and the Americans are again helping out, why should they take the leadership role? Because being a leader is difficult, and really implementing Zeitenwende is also very, very costly. So why do all this if somebody else is doing it, right? And this is, the current state of play. There is the pressure and the fear and the real necessity to pick up that leadership is not fully felt in Germany. And that's, I think, explains to a large degree the behavior.
So Abe, over to you. I mean, the trading relationship between Europe and the United States is solid. It's prolific. It's been an anchor in the relationship for over, 70 years. But it seems like when you talk to decision makers here in Berlin, there is a lot of disappointment, almost animosity towards Washington right now because of the Investment Reduction Act. But even before that, the relationship on digital and internet issues, there seems to have been some, it hasn't always been perfect. And love to get your thoughts on the state of play.
Great. So I think the biggest issue is that the transatlantic relationship had a very simple, I would say, fairy tale. It was a caricature. It was a story that underpinned it. And if you've ever gone to an ambassador from any country, either in the US or Europe, they'll tell you the same thing. There's a rules-based international order, which leads to a gain from trade. It's Ricardo kind of spun up into this transatlantic world where we all win if we open our markets and we trade. And that story also came with a subtext, which was that it'll be a peaceful world, this world where we all gain from opening our markets in a rules-based order. You can just hear the mantra just kind of lulling you to sleep about what it was. Okay, and basically that fairy tale has blown up. And Vice President Vestager, she gave this speech a few months ago where she said there's been a harsh awakening to a world of weaponized interdependence. So that's very much what I research, and the question is, well, what is that world? And it's a world where if you look in your pocket, you have a phone that's made, it relies on technology from 1 or 2 companies. It's either Google or Apple. The phone is also dependent on one other company, most likely TSMC, to make the chips that make that phone possible. And it's reliant on one Dutch company to make the technology that makes that chip. Okay? That concentration, that centralization in the hands of just a few companies is now being used by governments to fight their wars. And so if you think about what's happening in the US technology relationship with China, it's about conditioning access to those core technologies. Recently, that Dutch company, ASML, has been in the headlines because the US government is basically saying, you can't sell that good to China. And why is that? Is China going to make nuclear weapons from that chip? No. But it's that everything has become a dual-use issue. If China is going to run, let's say, the future of the internet, Huawei is the company that is potentially providing that, well, the US is worried that that could then lead to a type of espionage or spying that would destroy the kind of transatlantic partnership on security. And so that simple story, Ricardo, gains from trade, we all win in a world of trade, has been undermined by the fact that really what has happened is an immense concentration in technology in the hands of the few, and states using that to put pressure on their adversaries. So those are kind of the first 2 points that I want to just get across. The third is that I think there are real risks for the transatlantic relationship right now, and the most, which I think everybody is very aware of, is just decoupling. It's the concern that the pressure that is being put on Europe vis-a-vis China, or the US vis-a-vis China, will lead to a fragmentation in global markets. And I don't need to tell the people from Baden-Württemberg how much of money is at stake in that relationship. And you see that tension right now with the chancellor's trip to China, where he tried to walk this line, which I thought was very interesting, where he said, we want interdependence without dependence, which is a great line. But almost the next, right around that time, the Hamburger Hafen, the port, a large percentage gets sold to a Chinese company. And so it's like, okay, there's a nice, Stichwort, but how does it get translated into policy? And how do we guarantee that we actually get interdependence without dependence? And that, I think, is really up for grabs. And one of the ways that it could go is into this more decoupling area. The second threat, which I think is really about the transatlantic relationship, is the US increasingly, I think, is saying everybody's on their own bottom in the economic relationship. It's not a win-win, a Ricardo, where the US provides the security guarantee and we take up the slack in that world. Instead, you have things like the IRA, where the US says, look, we're gonna do all this funding of clean tech. You should do clean tech too. And I think the response in Europe is like, well, our bottom is smaller than your bottom. So if everybody's on their own bottom, our firms are going to lose in that relationship. And it creates a lot of anxiety, I think, in the Europeans, at the same time that the US are saying, don't sell this technology to China. And so if there's going to be this we're all going to be responsible, but also you need to worry about these security relationships, I think there also has to be a set of carrots, a set of incentives to make that kind of relationship happen. And I'm not seeing that come out yet. So I'm a very positive person. I'm a very upbeat person, so I'm just going to end with, well, where do we need to go? And I think the first thing that we need to do is we need a new language to talk about this relationship. What is the transatlantic economic relationship? It can't just be simply a Ricardo, everybody's happy, joy story. It has to be one that takes these new concerns and puts them at the center of that. And so I often talk about economic security. That the real relationship or the real concern for Germany, it's not national security with China. China's not going to invade Germany. It's an economic security. It's about, will Germany still have the free movement to make the decisions it wants to make with these economic dependencies on China? So if you're the United States, if you keep bashing Germany over the head and say, well, you need to deal with this national security issue, I think it's just going to land on deaf ears. But there is a new language that could be created that says we all understand the risks of dependence. Look at COVID. If there's too much or if there's too little slack in the system, there's going to be breakdowns, whether it's by chance or political. And so we need to prepare for that. We need to have redundancies in the system that will prevent these bad things from happening. And the last thing that I would just say is that I think the transatlantic relationship in the economic sphere needs to think about how, if we're not going to do a rules-based international order, that fairy tale story, then how do we embed our alliance partners into economic networks where that group of country wins and they can depend on each other. There's a lot of words that are said, like friendshoring, and they're nice. They're nice words, but I think in the end, everybody's kind of like, well, are we really friends? Well, like, how do we know who's the friend and who's not the friend? And so there needs to be a structure in place where that can be predictable, where that can be dependable, because you can't just throw around words. You need to also have money and institutions that underpin them. And that's where I think the Trade and Tech Council, it's like the start of that story, but it really needs to be embedded in an ongoing effort where real meat is on the table, whether it's through money, commitments, but also, the level of the players that are involved, that they keep this conversation going in a real way rather than just some kind of cheap talk.
Okay, I definitely want to get to questions in the audience, so if you could just sort of motion. I see one gentleman over there. I will get to you in 1 second, or actually, sorry, I see somebody over there. And then Abe, maybe just quickly, that's a really interesting, the tech was set up exactly for dealing with these sort of misunderstandings. And people say, the Biden administration is probably the best thing we can get right now in transatlantic relations. But you're saying it's not enough and it's just empty words and this narrative needs to we need to get to concrete solutions. Do you see that happening in the next 2 years? We're facing an election in 2024. And then I'd love for you to ask your question. Ma'am, go ahead.
All right. Joanna Bryson, Professor of Ethics and Technology at the Hertie School here in Berlin. First, I just want to say very quickly to reinforce what Professor Henke said. I bike into the middle of Berlin every day, and the day of the 24th of February, I beat my personal best by 25%. Nobody German was staying home, and I'd actually woken up at 3 in the morning and watched it on Twitter, so it wasn't on my television or whatever. Anyway, my question is, that belief, that strong belief that we academics have to take some blame for, first the democratic piece that had transitioned to the trade piece theory. I've seen indication that Russia may have believed it too. So that Russia believed that Germany was too dependent and that they had too tight a trading thing, and so Russia may have expected Germany to slow down NATO even more than it has. So I was wondering if you could talk about the sort of that two-sidedness, like we heard yesterday, of these kinds of relationships.
I guess maybe both of you can comment, but that's a very interesting question because you're saying that there's really no national security issue for Germany, but what if Taiwan is attacked? It does sort of become a national security issue for Germany as well when Volkswagen is heavily invested in China.
Great. So let me just I think the Biden administration has done an amazing job in the transatlantic space, both in the security area, but also trying to reassure and revive the economic space. But I think that we all lack a language to describe what is this world that we're in now and how do we manage it. You still hear Jake Sullivan, the US National Security Advisor, saying, well, we need to depend on the rules-based order. But at least when I have conversations in Berlin, everybody wants to believe that. But I don't think very many people really think that's what's happening anymore. If you look at the rules-based order in the trade sphere, it's basically more Bund. And so what is this new world and what is the language? And I don't think it's the Biden administration's job to come up with that language. Surely they can help, but we all are part of that. And we have to come up with a set of stories, whether it's about we're an economic sphere based on certain values. That could be a set of stories. We're about climate change. We're about helping the middle class. That's the goal of this relationship. Or it could be a slightly different one, which is we are a set of allies, and our economic relationship is to promote the wealth of those allies as we go forward. Anyway, but we need a new perspective, I think, on how do we motivate the sacrifice that's necessary to collaborate. On the second point about the two-sidedness, I think this is an amazing point. It's really important because a lot of times what I'm hearing right now is kind of this concern about the US, the IRA, that the US isn't really thinking about us. But if you turn the story and you think about German subventions to the energy prices in Europe, and you listen to what Europeans are saying, They're saying the same thing. They're saying, you went alone, you did this without consulting us. And why is that happening? It's because these decisions are largely domestic. They're driven by domestic politics. There's a crisis, there's an issue. The US, the IRA, it's not a global package, it's a domestic policy climate change package. And you could make the same argument about the European Green Deal. The European Green Deal, which was passed several years ago, one of its provisions was we're gonna phase out in Europe of natural gas, okay? Well, that sounds like a domestic, but if you're Russia, you're listening to that, then you're saying, this market is drying up. This market isn't that important for us going forward, so why don't we blow up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline? That'll stick it to the Europeans. They've already said they're not gonna keep buying this gas. So for many Germans, they were like, why would they blow up this pipeline? That seems so terrible. Why? Because you, Germany, in Europe, already said you're gonna stop buying that gas. So, they lose 20 years of sales, but they stick it to Europe right in the heart of winter. So I think we have to see all of these economic policies that we often view ourselves as domestic, they have global consequences. And we're often myopic in looking at them as domestic, but whether it's the US with the IRA, or Europe with the Green New Deal, Germany with the gas subventions, these are all they're not just domestic economic policies, and they have global consequences.
Marina, would you like to comment?
Pillar of German foreign policy was Handel durch Wandel. Und Wandel durch
Handel.
Change through trade. And the Germans, I think, were convinced that they would have the trade and the other side would change, right? So they would become more democratic. This was, like the quintessential philosophy also of Ostpolitik, that the Soviet Union would change, but, of course, we would stay the same. I think the big lesson learned of the Ukraine war is that, no, both sides change. And Germans became oblivious or very accepting of all sorts of authoritarian streaks of the Russians, and also, looked away and are still looking away of, a lot of things that's happening in China because they became dependent on trade. So I think the philosophy that's behind, change through trade needs to be thoroughly revised, because it's a, codependence, and both sides then change, and not just the democratic side is changing the authoritarian one. Number one. I think number two, and that's, also builds on what Abe just said. I think the transatlantic relationship from the German perspective is kind of like we're winning on all fronts. We're, getting basically free security, more or less. Every once in a while we have to pay a little bit, and we have also all the benefits on the economic front, in one form or another, the United States gives us the security bonus that you were alluding to. And I think what needs to be crystal clear now, but I think it hasn't fully arrived yet, is that there are costs and benefits, like in everything, like in every relationship, there are costs and there are benefits. And so I think, but sometimes maybe from the US side, this needs to be communicated clear. What are the costs to Germany right now, to Europe? Well, you need to pay for your part in the Ukraine war. This is your war. And also you need to pay in China, and you cannot just benefit from these trading relationships and also expect America to protect you.
So we are actually past time allotted, but if there is one more question, it looks like we will oblige. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Ingmar Jürgens, I'm the CEO of Climate & Company, Sustainable Finance think tank. Talking about misunderstandings and finding a common language, two very short propositions. So one is why Eisenhower supported the New Deal was because we needed to show that the majority of people in the free world were better off than people under communism. Isn't that this kind of value proposition that I think we're sharing across the Atlantic, and shouldn't we build on that? That the majority of people are better off in our kind of system compared to authoritarian regimes that we're competing with? And the second bit is, shouldn't maybe good economic theory and empirical evidence become again the basis for trade policy? Because I don't see anybody holding up that flag on either side of the Atlantic. We're putting up tariff barriers rather than analyzing how the distributionary impacts of trade policy, that moving beyond Ricardo and going to Stolper Samuelson, we know that workers in more developed countries are worse off. That was exactly the effect we should expect. But then we didn't really do anything about it because we claimed that capital and labor are not sticky, but they are. And that's how we have so much skepticism about free trade. And I'm not hearing that common language. And I always thought us as academics are trying to provide that common language, which is evidence. And I'm just wondering if you have any hope for this to become a bit more of a serious conversation again of how we can make free trade agreements work for everybody.
Abe, why don't you take the second part of his question, and if you want to comment on the first, that's fine, but I'd love to get Marina's thoughts, especially on this, autocracy versus democracy divide, and aren't we all better off if the democracies stick together?
Yeah, I mean, I think the reality is that there is not a political consensus for a return to the kind of free trade system that we had for much of the post-war period. And part of that is just pure domestic politics. I think that it's very difficult for politicians to say we should open ourselves up right now. And it's just the reality. I think that both on the left and the right, it becomes very difficult. But I think the other issue is that it's all in the context of greater competition amongst the great powers. So the United States, China, the European Union, there's more tension about who has the power. And I would say it was Ricardo and the beast, if you want to call the United States the beast. The US was guaranteeing that they would give up a little bit more so that everybody else could play in this rules-based order. And they were kind of guaranteeing that the rules kept following them. And now the United States is pulling back to some extent. And so it's much more difficult to, who's the cop that's making sure those rules get played by? And without that, it's quite difficult to keep the motor of free trade running.
So I think the big question is, what does it mean to be better off? Because the truth is, Chinese soft power is built on economic prosperity, right? I mean, why is China, to a certain degree, especially in developing countries, considered a model? Because they lifted millions of their own citizens out of poverty. So I think what we really need to discuss is that it's not just about economic prosperity, because one could make an argument that authoritarian regimes can also produce economic prosperity under certain circumstances. But it is that in democracies we have freedom, right? And so I think just to focus this narrative on economic prosperity, what was kind of the case during the Cold War, I think is wrong. So we need to actually come up with a new narrative that focuses on other aspects, maybe even, environmental sustainability, but a lifestyle that values also human rights. And yes, I like the idea, and the US is pushing this very much, that it's about democracies and autocracies, but then also, it kind of creates cleavages that sometimes are maybe unnecessary. We see a lot of fence sitters that, I want to bring into our fold, and that to a certain degree, are countries in Latin America, that are countries in Africa, and by just like saying you're only talking to democracies, and this is a struggle between democracy and autocracy, we're keeping countries out that might not be democracies right now, but have a potential to evolve. So I think in this sense, we need to be more inclusive. And by the way, this is also a big challenge of the transatlantic community, because it cannot be the West against everybody else. It needs to be much more inclusive. But what is the narrative that we are providing to these other countries? And, I'm heading to Munich tomorrow, and they're also, we need to, how can we include a Brazil? How can we include a South Africa? Because in the big picture of things, this conflict that we are seeing is not between the West and China, but it needs to be much larger, and we need to bring in all sorts of other countries that do not identify with the West right now.
Thank you so much, Professor Henke and Professor Newman. You teed us off for the rest of the day, and all of you could continue working on this idea of a new narrative based on some of their inputs. So enjoy the rest of your conference, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much to both of you. Thank you. you so much to both of you and also to Suda for kicking us off into this second day of our German-American Trade and Tech Conference. Now it's a really great pleasure welcoming another wonderful moderator and good friend and transatlanticist and a person with a real transatlantic story, and that is Catherine Kluwer-Esch from the Bertelsmann Stiftung, Bertelsmann Foundation. Catherine, where are you? There she is.
Sorry.
Come on in.
Play next door. They were still on TV, and they
And
had
they
left
were
the
gone.
building, and they're still on
Yeah,
TV
well.
over there. It was magic.
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 See, that's why we do a tech conference.
telling you,
we are all
it's-
great techies.
Yeah, perfect example.
Next time we will beam you up.
Yeah, that would be great. MIT should have worked that out like a decade ago. I'm surprised we're not there yet.
I was just saying you're also a transatlantic story, right?
Yeah, very much so. From the origins, yes.
From the
Yeah, from the
origins.
origins. My parents are the original transatlantic love story. Because my mother from Idaho and then Oregon got a American Field Service scholarship to come to Germany. And at 16, in 1956, a country very much rebuilding here, bizarrely fell in love with the awful German language, as Mark Twain has put it, and just kept coming back and found herself a German husband, and the rest is history.
And now you are here.
Yes,
and now you
indeed.
are making history.
Well, I'm not sure about that.
But in a sense you are, because you are responsible as a Bertelsmann Stiftung also for the Future Forum.
Yes.
What is that?
So we were very lucky to have Clark Price here yesterday, the DCM, who put in a plug for what it is we're trying to do. In her swan song visit, as many of you know, Chancellor Merkel, and we'll talk about her in a second, and President Biden agreed that part of the way that we retell the transatlantic narrative is through changing it, through creating proof, and by bringing new voices into that discussion, particularly on issues like technology. So this past November in Münster, on the sidelines of the G7, we had the inaugural US-German Futures Forum, which is every year going to look at a futures-oriented issue that will drive both of our societies, where it's really about problem solving, where it's about really, quote-unquote, getting things done in a relationship. And it's always supposed to be intergenerational, it's always supposed to be futures-bound, and it's been a real joy to work on that project with all of our transatlantic partners here, but to win a new generation for the transatlantic relationship.
We love that. We very much do. And for all the young generation in here and also out there, take the opportunity to talk to her. That's your entry ticket.
Yeah,
Into the
there you go.
process.
Right.
Catherine, what are you holding
Well,
here? Are you always carrying books
I'm
with
always
you?
carrying books, but it's my great pleasure. So Melissa Eddy from the New York Times, who will be on our panel in just a second, has just told me that she has just completed her manuscript on Angela Merkel's leadership. So we will look for that forthcoming, but it's my great pleasure, of course, to have Dr. Anna Sauerbrei with us. And if you read the New York Times like I do in an analog form, these two women are never far apart, at least once a month-ish in the New York Times, when you'll have Melissa somewhere in the front pages and you'll have Anna in the opinion section. But since we're talking about new generation of leadership, Anna has written this remarkable book about new generations of leadership in Germany, and whether or not the way that they think about the transatlantic relationship will change how we move forward from here is some of what we'll talk about in this next hour.
And with this, I hand it over to you.
Thank you very much.
And again, be brave, come up here.
Yes.
And also the younger ones among you, be also brave. And since we have this female power panel, I think they also welcome male participants. Do you?
Yes,
Yeah.
we're all for gender equality. So thank you very much, Stormy. Melissa and Anna could just come up and join me, and we'll have this fourth seat empty. It's right by the stairs. We're not in a classic fishbowl setup, as you might see, which is to say you should still, we'll have a microphone for you, but this discussion will live off of your participation. And we saw yesterday that when Stormy, after our opening, remarkable, I think, early speech by Anu Bradford, went into the audience, I know that many of you have opinions. So again, please don't be shy to come and join us up here. Let me formally introduce my panel, and you saw just now in our discussion that we were kind of looking at the moments of dissonance. Ours has the bumper sticker on it, the stronger than ever. And you may have just come to a conclusion on whether or not that's the case, but we're going to probe that bumper sticker phrase with these two outstanding journalists. So let me introduce Melissa Eddy to you. Many of you read her. Many of you certainly read her here. For over 2 decades, she's de facto been an expert on Germany, coming to Frankfurt first for the Associated Press, and then switching very quickly to the New York Times, covers business and economics, but also politics and leadership, as we just heard. She looked, of course, extensively in her reporting at, well, should we say the end of an era with Helmut Kohl and then the end of another era with Angela Merkel. So please join me in welcoming Melissa Eddy to our panel. And Dr. Anna Sauerbrei has the great fortune of constantly being read on both sides of the Atlantic. She is now with the politics reporting team of Die Zeit, but she was part of the editorial team of the Tagesspiegel. As such, was named in 2019 one of the local editors of the year for those people who consider the Tagesspiegel a local paper, which is odd because it's clearly a national broadsheet. But she also writes a regular column on Germany and Europe in the New York Times. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Anna Sauerbrei. And of course, I've already advertised the book. I selfishly brought that because I want an autograph, so it's not just all for your benefit. But let's jump right in, and I want to keep it really broad so that you can come in and join us. We heard yesterday from DCM Clark, and I love this line, that when we argue, we make headlines. When we work together, we make history. And we've gone through this up and down phase over the last, 6 years, 2 years of the Biden administration, 4 years of the Trump administration, where this idea of stronger than ever sort of leaves kind of a dry aftertaste maybe in the mouth, because it still seems like we're putting things back together again, or maybe that the outside circumstances are squeezing us back together again. Now, the results are remarkable. We just heard that. Just if you look at the summer, just September, exports from Germany to the United States, 50% up year on year, strong economic exchange. The Americans undoubtedly as the indispensable power, as Marina was alleging, quote unquote, saved the German Zeitenwende militarily, but potentially also economically with its energy supplies, and LNG coming in across the Atlantic Ocean. So Melissa, are we stronger than ever? Is this an emotive thing or is this a practical thing?
Thanks very much. I was getting hung up on the ever because I was thinking of how long German-American relationships are, and I'm like, so we're supposed to, look over the arc of history. Are we stronger than ever? And somebody said, well, that's what makes it an interesting question. So I think we are stronger than I have seen it in my time here in Germany. So if we just reduce it to my little arc of history, going back to arriving here in 2000, I can remember the students in the street who were protesting the Iraq War, and Schröder standing up at a speech and saying, "We will not go to war in Iraq. We don't believe in this war, and we won't support it." And the break that happened after that in the transatlantic relationship, and so going over time, I think. If that was sort of a break, if we look at Ukraine, where, as the panel before us was saying, like up until the moment when tanks actually rolled across the border, I got as well the sense nobody in Germany actually thought that that was going to happen. And at the same time, as an economic correspondent, I'm watching Gazprom on Twitter openly trolling the Germans, saying, "Oh, historic lows of gas supplies today." And I'm telling my editor, something is going on here, right? And so, there were so many signs that seemed to be missed, and the United States was seeing it. The Germans were somehow not able to see it. And once it actually happened, where that came together and met with, as you said, the economic response of the United States, and with tanks, I think it's very interesting because, we saw most recently Biden initially couldn't understand why it was so important to Scholz to have Abrams tanks going to Ukraine as well, right? Like, it made no logistic sense. They're bigger, they're heavier, you need these enormous teams to just run the things versus
They run on
the
jet
Leos.
fuel.
They run on jet fuel. Like, the list is long why the Pentagon is saying this makes no sense. And yet, finally, when the penny dropped that this is about something more than does this make logistic sense? Like, even if you send 2 of the things, you need them. And to me, that was sort of a closing of the circle of this realizing that, okay, we are able to understand each other in places where it may not make initial sense, but it's about this, the buntness. It's about the mutual support and moving together. And on the flip side, the Germans have stopped complaining about the LNG gas being fracked that's arriving there. I mean, yes, you have a few, but it's sort of the understanding of the idea that, there's a point where we can't be ideological about everything. We need to stay warm in the winter and, bring it.
So, Melissa, you mentioned sort of the different nuances in the relationship, the sort of more practical undergirding of this relationship. And is that a consequence of the Trump years, of the pain of the Trump years? Madeleine Albright, may she rest in peace, said at a panel about 2 years ago at the height of COVID, she said, well, we finally have, now with the Europeans, she didn't mean the Germans specifically, a relationship on eye level, where we're really working as equal partners. And that was certainly the bid with which Joe Biden came into the White House. And then he immediately irked the transatlantic partners with AUKUS and with the withdrawal from Afghanistan. And then there seemed to be a lot of work trying to repair what had sort of already gone down the river. Where are we now? Is this really this sort of practical, nuanced, constantly negotiated relationship, or is the undergirding of it still strong, such that it may be stronger than ever?
Well, I think it's right what Melissa said, that it depends on what you compare it to. And when you compare it to Schröder or to Merkel's beer tent speech moment where she said, we don't know whether this is ever going to be like before, we are at a very good moment. And of course, there's on both sides, I think, an awareness that things need to be repaired, things that were broken during the Trump years. And as you said, we are squeezed together by the necessities of this war and, of course, also by the relationship of China. But when I thought back to the first press conference that Scholz and Biden gave in February of 2022 when Scholz came to Washington and visited, and I've had another look at the readout from the press conference preparing for today. I think this would have been a good relationship in any case, without the history, without the global circumstances, because these two men, they just get along. They come from a very similar ideological and political background. When they first met in his speech, Biden stressed that they had a very good conversation. He mentioned that he was struck himself how much they had in common. He mentioned Scholz's campaign claim of respect. They both want to cater to the lower middle classes. They both want to be presidents, as President Biden now stressed in his National Union address. They both want to cater to the working lower middle class. So they both come from the same perspective to the world. And I think that's a good part why their relationship works and why they can find policies of working together. And they have done so when Scholz was still Minister of Finance. He worked with the administration to come up with a global minimum tax, and that's exactly the direction they want to take.
So this is the time when you can start making your way to this empty chair right next to me. You can lift your hands, fingers, you can start shuffling forward. We have a microphone for you. Otherwise, I will mercilessly, I was at Harvard for 13 years, and we believe in the principle of cold calling. No one knows this better than Joe Nye. I will immediately start cold calling people. Okay, I'm going to bring up my good colleague from the Bertelsmann Foundation, Senior Project Manager, Mark Fisher, who runs our transatlantic efforts. And while Mark comes up here, because we've already segued into leadership, which I originally thought was going to be sort of our third rally, but because both of you have brought this up as nuance, Melissa, let me take it back to you because you cover economics. Before Scholz went to China, and that seemed to be a potential crisis for the transatlantic relationship that the Germans were putting on the table as part of course, this negotiation for Germany. These are very, very real issues. Abram Newman outlined this. I mean, the way that the German economy is linked into the Chinese production facilities, the way that German core industries, although much of that is shifting machine building, the IRA is actually fantastic for German machine building. No green transition without German machines, apparently.
What can we do without German machines?
There you go. But there are these really significant issues, and there was a lot of, and I know this for fact because Jens Plötner happened to be on my plane in October, going to the White House to speak with NSC colleagues and various other people in Treasury and Trade, to kind of explain why the chancellor chose not only to go to China, and to go to China without President Macron, but to take a big business delegation with him. So for all the things I think that Anna has said, which are correct, there are some of these fissures, and they also have something to do with how leadership frames them. So can you reflect on that a little bit?
Well, I think, of course there are fissures. Any relationship will have them. I think it's a question of to what extent are we able to overcome them, and to what extent does each side bring enough goodwill to the other side to overcome them. And I think that's really obvious if you look at, the trade tariffs that we had under Trump, and now, the response of everybody in Germany was completely on the ceiling, right? Not necessarily wrongly, but in many ways there was so much emotion. And now if you look at the IRA, you have Habeck going over and he says, well, we had a nice discussion and there are differences and we're going to talk about them. And in fact, if you play it through your head and think, had the IRA been under Trump, would you have a leading German minister just, that calmly reflecting? China is another instance where, clearly the US view of China and what the United States wants and needs from China is very different from what Germany wants and needs. And so I think the idea that Germany needed to explain that, because often in terms of, the previous panel was talking about where are these differences? We kind of think we're so alike. And even at times, you find at the highest levels that, the extent to which major German industrial powers, from BASF, and VW, and on down the line to also even smaller Mittelstand companies, rely on China to keep this export nation going, is not something that they can just pull the plug on overnight. And making that clear and being able to talk about it, I think it's interesting, and I think it's sort of. It's also interesting in a way that Germany is now owning that and taking it up and going to Washington and saying, we get what you're saying, but we can't do that because we have this need. And this is our need, and you need to hear it. Because it's a shift in a relationship which has often seen the United States as dominant, right, historically as well, for obvious reasons, and Germany as, responding to, and to be able to have the Germans, at least now economically, be able to place their own stake and claim their needs, I find is interesting.
Mark, you have a transatlantic initiative at Bertelsmann, also an intergenerational expert initiative, and you're looking mostly at these economic and trade questions and sort of the reality of renegotiating that relationship. So is it stronger than ever?
Perfect segue. It was exactly the point that I wanted to make. I'm chairing together with colleagues a transatlantic expert group, and that deals very much with these issues. We have three baskets. We look at climate and digital technology. We look at green change. We look at general trade questions, and then we look at China. And as you just said, and whenever you have that, I wouldn't say infects, but it kind of like seeps into all the other debates, basically. And when we had our first meeting in November, we discussed all the other baskets of issues, but whenever I was the moderator, and China always came up, because it's the underlying challenge that drives so many of these developments. And that's exactly the point that I wanted to make. I mean, we're here at the Trade and Tech Conference, so I'll immediately, of course, mention, and I would be surprised if I was the first, I wasn't here yesterday, the Trade and Technology Council. And for me, that's one example where the US and the EU, but also Germany as a driving force in the EU, try to address their common challenges in a new vehicle because they understand, look, on WTO and multilateral fora, it just doesn't work. We might wish that it would work, but it doesn't. TTIP 2 was started as an initiative from the Chancellery. We heard it last fall, also from the Economics Ministry. I think in the US there's a little bit, I would say it's a realistic approach, saying like politically this is just, we can't do it right now, you can't get it through Congress. And I think in Brussels actually many people think the same way. That's why I was a little bit surprised to hear it from the German ministries. But so we're trying to do this through the TTC, but when you see what we have been able to deliver through this instrument yet, I think we are not where we want to be in this process yet. And I think part of this is that the US and the EU side understand this process or want to use this process a little bit for different purposes, not completely at cost purposes, but for the US, underlying all of the 10 working groups, even though it's not named one time, I think in any one of the descriptions, it's all China. This is about China. All of these 10 different working groups that deal with trade questions deal with challenges that are posed by China's behavior since the last 20 years as a WTO member, by Chinese state capitalism, and by the effect that China has on the multilateral trading environment. Whereas the EU pretty clearly understands that this is the challenge, but also wants to look at this goes at this more as a technical process where they basically want to solve bilateral questions between the EU and the US. And I think that's what keeps us from achieving what we need to achieve in this process. I mean, this is not finished yet. This is it hasn't been, when it goes for trade questions, it hasn't even been going on that long yet. So I want to give it all the chances that that I can, because both sides need this very, very much. But from this expert group that I was showing, one sentence came out again with the underlying challenge of China is, I think Europe, and also specifically Germany, are starting to go in the same direction as the US when it comes to China, and viewing the challenges that are posed at China, and viewing also the specific challenges that you just laid out that are different for Germany as a heavily export dependent nation. But, and that I like that metaphor, we're starting to go in the same direction, but the distance is still becoming larger between the US and Germany because the US is going so much faster. And Germany can't go that fast because of the realities that you just named. So that's a challenge that we need to address, and these kind of challenges, that's why I'm kind of happy also that now our economics minister is in Washington. They need to be addressed at the highest level.
Yeah. Well, this is the beauty of a fishbowl. You prepare something, and then you entirely change the way that the conversation is going to go, because now we're on topic, which was going to be my third topic, and we're doing it first. Anna, let me go back to you on precisely this, and because we've been talking about the containing environment of the EU Tech and Trade Council. You know, Macron went to Washington for this first state visit, and it was all about the Inflation Reduction Act and the 8 billion sort of French value that was going to be destroyed by the IRA, and, you know, made a lot of klaxons, as we would say in French. But, you know, all of us in the journalistic profession had already gotten the leaked conclusions of the December TTC meeting, in which it said, we're going to set up a special commission to deal with all these, you know, issues of frisson that we potentially have on the IRA. So is the relationship so mature on these real significant issues that matter, that in the middle of a Ukraine war where nothing is more important than this idea of unity and Western, you know, holding together stronger than ever, is the relationship so mature that we can allow ourselves to have these public moments of conflict when we've already created diplomatic avenues to solve them? Is that good for the public idea and impression of the transatlantic relationship, or not? Or is this just part of how we churn ourselves back together again?
I think it doesn't do much harm, because in comparison to what Germany and the US are doing together in Ukraine right now, and also on China, the very significant turn that this German government, in comparison to the last government, has taken in its stance on China, these are minor issues from my perspective. And I think what's different too is that in the past, also under Merkel, I think, the transatlantic relationship also had like a romantic streak to it. So Angela Merkel was very sentimental about the United States. When you remember her being awarded with the Medal of Freedom by Obama, I think in 2011, she was really moved by this moment. And this is gone. And I think this government, as much as Biden and Scholz have in common, the German government is much cooler in defining its interests when it comes to the IRA, when it comes to its diverging interests in China. And I agree, it's mostly about the pace. It's not the direction, but it's about the pace. How fast do we go, and what policies, how fast are the policies that we implement? Because what we see in the China strategy, or the leaked China strategy, is really minor instruments if they remain in there at all in the final document. But I think these are technical things that can be sorted out, and I see the willingness on both sides, also on the IRA. Take this to the Tech and Technology Council. American officials have said publicly, and in background conversations with journalists, we are very ready to open this up. We are still in the process of interpreting this law. We will find ways of making this work for the Europeans. And also the rhetoric when Habeck and Le Maire came back from their visit to Washington was very much soothing down the conflict. So I don't think this will create a major rupture in the transatlantic relationship, given that the romantic streak is gone, but we have that larger security question that just, as you said, just keeps it all together.
So, Melissa, I want to ask you one short question. You get to leave.
I was going to say, when are you going to kick me off?
This is right now. Right now. I'm kicking you off right now. Well done. Applause for Mark Fisher. Which means that, again, I have an open seat, and I will continue with the Joe Nye method of cold calling people, because now I can finally see folks. But we're going to go ahead and bring up someone from the Aspen Institute. So go ahead. Join us. Melissa, in the meantime, filibustering here, but let me ask you a short question. I had lunch with a colleague of ours in the journalistic profession who will remain unnamed. You've all spoken to how we're working out these issues, but what runs against all of this is a factor of time. I had breakfast yesterday with a number of Chinese senior officials who were here in advance of Wang Ji's visit to the Munich Security Conference, and they underlined again, on the situation of Taiwan that since the 90s they have non-cessation legislation, and they're watching this all very carefully. And again, depending, and we'll go back to Ukraine in just a second, depending on how this ultimately shakes out, China's watching timing very closely. And so everything that Anna's explained, what Mark has detailed, that might work if we have 2, 3, 5, 6 years to kind of work this out, and the German companies can do China +1 strategies, et cetera. But what if the penny drops and the United States says, okay, we need major sanctions by the Europeans on a Taiwan issue, depending on how deep the incursion is? This colleague of ours, who will remain unnamed, said Germany goes with China. Does Germany go with China?
I have no earthly idea, to be completely honest. I mean, if you look at where we're at on Ukraine, right? I think everybody would have said Germany goes with Russia at the outset beforehand. Yep. Because Germany had no choice, because otherwise Germany was going to freeze, and because Germany and Russia, it's a thing, right? I mean, I honestly don't know, but I don't think you can just predict these things that easily, because I think when push comes to shove, and this is what makes the transatlantic relationship so fascinating, there is something really vital and often unspoken there, particularly, I feel, after many years of being here, from the Germans to the United States. And if they would be ready to rupture that for what ultimately would be purely economic interests. It would not be that we respect the same rule of law and have the same view on human rights. I'm not so sure.
Well, I mean, we'll all be reminded of 2 years ago, the Kaba Foundation did the survey, and it was the first time that apparently the German public, who they asked, was equidistant on the United States and China, with obviously the scars of the Trump years still behind it. And for me, as Stormy said, as a born transatlanticist, I will tell you from my personal experience, that really sent shivers down my spine for all of the systemic reasons you've just mentioned. Elizabeth has joined us. Elizabeth, how are you thinking about these issues? China, pressures, but also the emotional piece in the transatlantic relationship, maybe?
I think I have to skip the question because I have another question, actually.
Oh, please.
I was looking towards this book and power change, and I asked myself, looking ahead to the US elections, how stable is the relation between the US and Germany and the EU if we have a power change in or domestic political unrest in the US? So, and also we have global challenges that really exceed the legislation period of democratic states. And I was wondering if you have any answer or outlook towards the trouble we could face if there is maybe political change or domestic unrest.
Anna, and how much are the German authorities gaming this already with your insight into Berlin policymaking? What are options for 2024?
Hard to say. I think there's just a lot of, just as in the China question, there's a lot of hoping that it won't happen, not really having an alternative at hand. And so going forward as if the doom wasn't there. So I don't think Germany's really prepared for another disruptive Trump administration that is undoing all the green transformation, all the transformation on China, might undo even policies towards Russia or Ukraine. I don't think there's a clear answer by the German government because there is no good answer for the German government. We're just so dependent on the military support, on the good economic relations, particularly now that economic relations with Germany's second largest trading partner, China, are worsening. So I think it will be a sort of a muddling through if it happens and hoping for the best. That's how I feel.
Melissa, are you seeing any prep? Are the Germans talking more to American governors as power shifts down to the next level, as things are shifting around? What's the contact with Republicans? The story mentioned yesterday, the biggest congressional delegation in the history of the Munich Security Conference will show up in the Bavarian capital tomorrow, and that'll be a mixed group. So
that'll be interesting.
What would you hope from that conversation on Elizabeth's question?
I think there's more, obviously. I mean, I remember before the Trump election, like speaking to a group in the Bundestag from the SPD, and people were just, lawmakers were coming up to me saying, he's not really gonna get elected, right? and there was this mixture of fear and hope in their voice. And I think that element, like the idea that Germany needs to be prepared for that, is more realistic. Again, they're buying for time, thinking, okay, we just see with Nikki Haley, the very first, potential challengers to Trump throwing their hats in the ring, and it's just now starting to gear up. But I think the approach is much more realistic. That also some of the things that are being put in place, some of the policies that are being put in place, to not just let them be at the whim of the president. Obviously, with something like Paris, you can't change that. With Paris Climate Accords, but there being this understanding that the ties at the congressional level need to be deeper. But it's just, I think we're just at the beginning of that, and it definitely. I'm just going to say Trump 2.0 presidency could be a real disruptor. Like that, I don't think anyone, it would dispute. But the question would be, is Germany now, having been through Trump 1.0, better prepared and also better able to take on a leadership role in the West than it was? I mean, because Merkel never wanted that. It was always, she's now waving the flag, and it was like, no, I'm German, I can't do that. And we see with Russia, unfortunately, where that led.
Elizabeth, because you mentioned Anna's book, and there is a new generation of power, at least leading the parties. From your generational vantage point, would a German leadership elite be better prepared because they've seen what can happen across the Atlantic? They see how major changes in an economy and a culture, wokeness is a thing that's come over here that's very ill-defined and very poorly understood, but it's beginning to have its impact on cultural discussions here. Do you think this society is preparing for another shift in the United States?
I cannot speak, I think, for my whole generation, but I feel culturally there's still a very a look towards the US, and culture is accepted, or the dominance of the US is accepted in terms of also wokeness and these terms. But politically, I feel like even younger people are becoming more aware what are European values and how do we differ and what other partners are at hand. And I think the struggle and fight of the Ukraine has impressed many, and also that war is actually happening again. And this was kind of also waking up, because my parents tell me about 89 and also about the threat of nuclear attacks, and we have been very far away from this, and this was kind of, an awakening that we are not after history, but we live in times of conflict, and I think the US has become a partner which is not really reliable. Yeah.
And I think it's just interesting because I know, your generation in the United States, I don't think the reality of war is as palpable because it's just simply so far away. And what that does to the younger generation, I find, really interesting how that will play out.
Okay, I'm getting pointers. Oh, fantastic. Joanna, you want to come up? Can we do musical chairs?
Thank you, Elizabeth.
As is our fishbowl model. Sorry, I'm making you put all your technology away in order to do that. We want to, at some point, just before we end, and we're about 15 minutes out, circle back to Ukraine. But Joanna, we've just heard the sort of intergenerational perspective on leadership, on movements within the United States and here that could kind of influence the way that we look at the strength of the relationship. What's your take?
Well, I just raised my hand because I really wanted... Whoops,
microphone?
Sorry. I just raised my hand because I really wanted to comment on that question because it's super important. And one of the things that's interesting, we always have to remember with all governments, when we think about China, when we think about the US, it's not homogenous. And I believe the current administration recognizes how that in many ways the EU project is better aligned with American, what I would say is American, at least their interests and their values, and mine too. But anyway, and so therefore they're actually actively working in a policy way to make the EU less dependent on the US, because they recognize we need to be partners. We need to be able to prop each other up when bad things happen. And so I think that's something the current present administration acknowledges.
So now that I have you here, I thought it, okay, now I'm going to show my own colors. I thought it was a particularly clever tactic to quote unquote deploy governors of very conservative states to Davos, who were all there to raise money for their own states. And my favorite part of Davos was Brian Kemp, who's the governor of the state of Georgia, saying, well, the governor doesn't really believe in man-made climate change, but he does believe that Georgia is open for business. And I think this is particularly clever on the IRA, because this idea that if you give them business, if the infrastructure plans puts new bridges, new roads in states, how are the Republicans going to refuse that? And you saw some of that in the State of the Union address when the president made the entire halls of Congress stand up and clap for seniors and then said, now we're not going to cut Medicaid, are we? Medicare, are we? And so I thought, there's some clever tactician play seemingly going on in the Biden administration, but I'm not sure if that outlasts toward a 2024 election. What's your take?
Could I just say that your observation is a beautiful mirroring of what Professor Newman just said too, about which I hadn't heard before, about that the two sides, when you have trade, it changes both. So I love this idea of let's throw the GOP into Germany and see if something changes if they make some business.
So we might have a resume on Monday, quote unquote, of the GOP. The GOP goes to Munich, and we'll see how that shifts, and Davos and any place else. We'll see how that goes. But Anna, we'll do one more round on the China piece, but this GOP in Congress has a new committee on China. And as you saw about the balloon debate, I mean, they would have sooner shot the thing up over Montana and, so be it. And so, there's a lot more harshness on the China question, a lot more push, a lot more speed on anti-China policies, the way that we had rhetoric in the Cold War. How dangerous is that for the Germans, or does that feel dangerous to them as, again, we think about 2024?
I wouldn't say dangerous, but I think what not just Germany, but other European countries see is that they are sort of entrenched in the middle, and that it's hard to make an independent decision along to their interests, independent of the United States. And I think since we've discussed the Huawei question in Germany, there hasn't been, at least not in my perception, Melissa will maybe know better, like a lot of pressure on a very concrete policy in Germany where the United States wanted to push Germany in a certain direction. But we see it with other European states when it comes to the CHIPS Act and embargoes for machinery to go to China that could produce high-end chips. We now see the Netherlands and Japan buying into that deal.
Yep.
And Germany hasn't been on the list yet, as far as I can see, in any of these policies. But of course, it could happen any time if the United States defines a certain interest that involves Germany. So I think it will be very hard to have what, in my view, the administration is trying to have its own China policy, which is, as we said, slower and thus independent of the United States, or they are seeking a certain independence of what the United States is doing. But of course, if the pressure grows with a different administration and much harder policies, as you've mentioned, it might be a completely different field. Yeah.
I think it's useful to bring up this piece that, of course, and DCM Price mentioned it, this idea that we would try to have clean networks, that this was something that the Trump administration pushed through NATO, that would be sort of a deliverable, deliverable for NATO nations, that we have networks clean of Chinese technology. And I'll remind the audience that telecom has had since 2019 a deal with Chinese telecom providers, which effectively means with the Chinese government, that even if the US put sanctions on telecommunication equipment, German Telecom would still want to continue buying that kind of technology from China, which just raises a point that we heard from Anu Bradford, I think articulated beautifully in the start of this conversation here yesterday, this conference, which is that all of us now have to negotiate vertically with our own technology companies and with our own telecoms companies, and that in addition to everything that we've been discussing from a state-to-state level in the transatlantic relationship, there's a new set of actors that will begin to dominate our security questions and concerns and capabilities ultimately. And that's, by the way, what we'll be discussing as part of our Futures Forum event tomorrow at the Munich Security Conference. So if you're in Munich, come along. Joanna, thank you for joining us. Thank you for bringing up a couple of those points. All right, I think we can do one more rotation. We'll bring up... Yes, well, I hope we can hear you. Are you sure you don't want to come and join us? Please come and join us. That way we've had a fully gender equal representation. I like that.
You get the mic.
Thank you. I'm Peter Arendt. I used to be active in international banking. As you can see from my gray hair, I used to be active in international banking. But I have the privilege of having observed German-American relations for around 60 years or so. And let me make this remark on the topics here. It has a strong cynical aspect that it needed the Ukraine war to send a wake-up call to German politics and to the German government. And you know as well as I do, the German government provided a U-turn in German politics. And I was absolutely pleased to see that politicians who had dwelled on their leftist dreams and ideology overnight landed in reality. And I think it was an American politician a few months ago who cynically said, well, the Germans did a perfect job after the Second World War. They gladly enjoyed the safety umbrella of the United States, built their economy and their standard of living, and well, in German we say, yesterday Steilvorlage was used. It is Friede, Freude, Eierkuchen Politik. That means peace, fun, joy, and pancake.
Yeah, who wouldn't want that?
And we can only keep our fingers crossed, looking at the geopolitical global situation, which has changed. I think that all we can agree on that. Not talking about Taiwan and things like that. So the world has changed, I think. And so German politics have reacted, and I can only hope that they accept their responsibility to play a visible role and to join forces with the United States and the rest of the EU.
Have you been disappointed by what happened after the Zeitenwende speech, the pace of it, the public debate?
To tell you the truth, not very disappointed, because I have watched the scene for decades, as I mentioned. And I criticize the German government, but of course you've got to see that they have to come a long way, and this U-turn, this positive U-turn I mentioned, is already an achievement in its own right. And so we have to be realistic. They will not be able to change everything overnight, but the important thing is the strong will and the determination to do so. And I fully understood Scholz with regard to the Adams issues, tanks. He needed the argument of, we have done this in full
covering partnership,
and he used this issue as a strong argument for his being reluctant in the early days. Okay.
I'm really glad you joined us, because this allows us to finish up on the question of Ukraine, if you will, but to talk about some of the things we as dyed-in-the-wool transatlanticists often don't want to see in this country. We'll see it apparently out in force on the 25th of September. A latent anti-Americanism, a growing anti-Americanism. We've seen some of the arguments that, oh, isn't the United States profiting from this war because now Europe is buying its LNG and has to buy its military equipment off the shelf, and the United States are building ammunition and putting together ammunition at the fastest rate since the Korean War. Doesn't that make us more beholden to the States? You know, this sort of anti-Americanism that somebody put it glibly as, you know, the Germans will never forgive the Americans for their own liberation and their own democracy. I mean, this bizarre idea that there are still parts of this society, and they've become vociferous in part because of how the Chancellor has led, you know, offering a clear line on February 24th, but then, you know, sort of not creating the leadership containing environment that sort of clamped down on that kind of debate. That, you know, I grew up in the 80s around the NATO-Doppelbeschluss, where in Wiesbaden, you know, on the bridges, it would say, "Ami, go home." So let's use these last couple minutes to dig into something that's slightly painful, which is to say, given that, you know, we're trying to move things forward in Ukraine, what is our joint objective on Ukraine, Germans and Americans? And then how do we deal with these societal breakages in the discussion, particularly in Germany, on Ukraine? Anna.
I'm not sure anti-Americanism is growing. I think it's always there. It's there on the left and on the extreme right. And we see it resurfacing now, of course, in the debate on what's a good policy in Ukraine. I think that Germany in particular has shown that it is able to create societal cohesion in this war, because we have seen so many projections of an autumn of discontent with masses on the streets, when people start freezing at home, and none of this has materialized, even though we really can't say that the extreme left and the extreme right in Germany haven't tried to bring people to the streets, to mobilize. They really did try, and it just didn't happen. Of course, part of this is that Germany was capable and also lucky enough to cushion the most harshest effects, economic effects of this crisis through direct payments to their citizens, to making energy, peaking energy prices a little less harsh on the German population. But I think it's also, and that is the good side of Scholz's step-by-step approach, they also took the time to let it sink in German society, and they were really able to build a majority. And now that the tanks are delivered, just before the decision, we had an evenly split population on the tank question. And when he said, okay, we'll do it, he got people on his side. Right. I mean, a majority was pro the delivery. So that's for the German side, and maybe Melissa can talk to the American side.
I would just say, I feel like the anti-Americanism has always been here since reunification. I'm just going to say, that it's always kind of swimming around, and different things cause it to raise up, and we're seeing it raise up now again with some of the tensions over the IRA, with around the energy question. My favorite question that I'll get is, oh, you Americans just want to sell us your gas, like the Russians were giving it to you for free or something, and had no agenda otherwise. And these are the kind of things that still come up. What I think is interesting is actually on the flip side, what I think in Germany has not yet fully been internalized is the image of Germany that has changed in the United States, where there is a certain anti-Germanism, if you will, where Germans are seen as super wealthy freeloaders. This obviously during the Trump administration was, going on and on and on about the trade Überschuss, and you start to hear people saying, "Oh wow, you have free health care in Germany," right? Because it's always talked about as being free, as though nobody pays for it, and then like there being a certain level of tensions that come up with this idea that the Germans are truly just freeloading off the Americans, and why should we have to pay for them anymore? And I think under the Trump administration, that sentiment really was seeded, and in some places, it is died out, but in other places, it's taken root. And that was something that back in the day, when Germany was seen as the home, which the Germans all hated, but I said, be careful what you wish for, seen as the home of lederhosen and brezel and beer and Munich Oktoberfest, and it was like, oh, that's a terrible cliche. It's like, well, this is your alternative. And we see some of that like playing out a little bit in talks that take place at a higher level as well.
Yes, please, go ahead. We'll finish after that.
Two more aspects, please. Once again,
good, we can do one more. Yes, go
Germany
ahead.
and its population was driven by economic aspects, by wishful thinking, and my question would be, what's going to happen when the Russians successfully invaded and overturned the Ukraine? Or will? This is still part of the possibility that the Western support will not be quick enough to secure that the Ukraine survives. So what's going to happen then? And will they go to the Baltic states next, Poland, and so on? And this is no negative exaggeration. This is reality.
These are very real scenarios.
And so that's why I'm saying, and I'm not the only one, of course, the world has changed in the last 12 months or so.
Yeah. Peter, thank you for being here. We'll toss this back to our audience. We have one more person who can come up and join us, and that person is you. No, we have a microphone for you here, but we want to have you as part of our round. I've just been allowed one more. So Peter, you're excused, and we're going to do our fishbowl musical chairs here. Melissa, while our new guest gets settled, that is, I think, the essential question, that we're all going to ask ourselves. We're going to ask ourselves in Munich over and over again, how does this end? How do you think about this? How do you talk about with your reporting colleagues, who are, by the way, doing really enormous work in Ukraine? So she's mic'd.
Yeah, I'm mic'd. But thank you. Well, the reporting colleagues are really, on the day-to-day. How does this end? I feel like we haven't gotten to that question yet. Like, now that we're a year in, it's starting to be like the longer term. I think certainly here, from my perspective, being in Germany, looking at this, it was so much like, how do we get through this? Mm-hmm. And how do we even come full circle on this Zeitenwende and this U-turn and accept that, okay, now we've made the turn, and only then can we get where do we go from here? Mm-hmm. But I think that is certainly going to be one of the crucial questions going forward, accepting that something irrevocable has broken with Russia. Mm-hmm. And this idea of saying, yes, but when we speak to them, the Germans keep, certain German politicians will keep bringing that up, and that we need to be thinking about how we bring Russia back into this. And nobody is prepared yet to think about that. But ultimately, that is going to be, the million-dollar question in terms of this one. Unfortunately, I think if you look at the United States, like, I'm just going to say Afghanistan exit, we are not world champions in thinking how are things going to end. Mm-hmm,
mm-hmm. Hans-Jochen Schmidt has joined us. Introduce yourself briefly and plunge right in.
Former civil servant of the Foreign Office. I think the question is, we are lacking a strategy concerning Ukraine. This morning I had a look in Le Monde, and there's an article, I forgot now the author, that say we have certainly a kind of difficulty to develop a strategy. And Heusgen, I think he underlined that recently, that we try to come over with red lines. For example, okay, now we agreed upon delivering maybe tanks. And that is more or less the last. And that is extremely dangerous. It's a vicious circle. But I wanted only to refer to, that's a long time ago, leadership, what is it, in partnership. And we have not been able to live up to that. And what worries me at the moment, that we, inside the European Union, we have certain difficulties. Mm-hmm. We have not anymore Great Britain. Let's say we have, to get an agreement with Macron. And between Germany and France, I think there are enormous difficulties, we have to put more, interest in developing the European aspect. Mm-hmm. And there, I think there is a lack. Mm-hmm. And there is a lack concerning politicians too, that say it's fantastic that we have the United States, but you said if the perspective maybe is a different one and there's a change, let's say what we're doing then inside the European Union, are we strong enough? We are not strong enough, of course. Let's say if, for example, the French immediately they are angry that we now agreed upon getting the F-15. But I think it's the only way. And let's say we have to position ourselves and to come out stronger in taking being aware that we need to be more responsible as a leader inside the European Union, and not we are afraid of because of our past. And that is, I think, a criticism I think we have to take more into our consideration.
It's a good piece to end on. What are European interests? Because I'll remind you that this week in Munich, we were supposed to be debating German interests in the German national security strategy. Do we have it? No. Do we know what German interests are? Perhaps no. Anna, what are our European interests and how are we going to forge them together?
And just to underline, yesterday we had a short reference to our national strategy, and somebody said it will be adopted. I have enormous doubts, because inside even our German government, we don't agree. The same with China. Let's say we have 2 China strategies. And then in agreement with France, it's even more difficult. Let's say we have to find at least inside and then with France in order to live up. Because the United States, it's great to rely on the United States, but as you said, the United States expects that we take up more our leadership role.
Anna, how are we going to do it? Well done.
Well, I think I wouldn't be sitting here and I'd earn a lot more money if I knew how this is going to end. I think on the strategy question, I do think Germany doesn't have a strategy. I think the first year, as Minister said, was risk mitigation, dealing with the fallout here in this country, dealing with putting together a political coalition within Germany to deliver weapons. And now we're at a point, and this is why the Munich Security Conference is a very interesting one, I think, is where everybody is sitting down, taking a deep breath, looking around, and I think the next big debate will be a strategic one. My impression is that the German government would rather like to go on with the strategy of risk mitigation.
It's the easy one.
Yes, it's the easy one. It might not be the better one in the long term. If we have a destabilized Ukraine with some sort of contact line still running through it for the next how many years, and the constant threat of an attack, this country will not recover. We can put all the money in there for reconstruction we want. If Putin looms in the background at some contact line, this will not be a healthy European country, as everybody is now rhetorically saying they want it to be. But still, I think Germany remains in the risk mitigation camp. But I think there will be others, for example, the British and of course Poland and the Baltics, who will push for a different strategy and to come together and find that. I don't see it right now how it can work. I don't know whether the German government can be moved to adopt some other strategy and what would take it. That's what I'm expecting to be the big debate this year, and also at the Munich Security Conference. But I don't know how it ends, really. I really don't know.
Well, we'll watch the few days in Munich very closely, whether you're there or you're streaming things from the main hall, from the comfort of your own living room. It will dominate the debate, no doubt, beyond the 3 days that many of us will be in Munich. Please join me in thanking this excellent permanent panel.
Can I just throw in a real quick thought on the whole idea of the need for Germany to be stronger within Europe and the Franco-German relationship? 100% agree, and I think that the United States actually wants that as well. But I think you mentioned Poland, and I think Poland, we have seen in this past year, is a player. Like, I hate the old Weimar Dreieck as much as anybody, because it seems like you go to there and like nothing comes out of it. But it exists, and maybe it's time. And there's another transatlantic relationship between the Poles and the Americans that is nowhere near as storied as the German one, but there's a certain military strength inherent in that one that for Europe and Germany as well could be a crucial piece into the puzzle of moving forward on a cohesive European strategy.
We could go many rounds more on this, and now that you're all with us, certainly with you all as well. But for now, please join me in thanking Anna and Melissa. But then, since we're sort of in an American vernacular, Peter, Hans-Jochen, Elisabeth, Joanna, and Mark for this wonderful discussion.
We need to continue because we still have a lot to do. So I hope all of you had very good breakout sessions. I can report from mine on export control and investment screening that it was fantastic, very dynamic and insightful. And I very much hope that you had the same experience. I would have loved to go from one room to another, but I also had the pleasure of moderating my breakout session. And now we are all back after lots of food for thought this morning. I hope you also got some food for eating, and that you also now have a coffee and that you're ready to go. And sometimes it's not so easy to do the first discussion after lunch. And no, I'm not afraid or scared at all, because we got the best moderator. I did that on purpose because you are such a powerhouse. Come on up. Come on up. This is Johannes Steger. He is managing editor of the Tagesspiegel Background Cyber Security. For our American friends, if you don't know Tagesspiegel, this morning we heard it's a local newspaper. It's not a local newspaper, is it? What is it?
I don't know. It's becoming a national news brand, and I think the backgrounds are the nerdy sisters. And yeah,
The nerdy sisters.
Yes,
What does that mean? What do you do in those backgrounds?
We do like a lot of information that the colleagues from the Tagesspiegel are always like, well, that's very special, and it's a nice word for your nerds. We're doing a lot of very specific information. We have one on mobility, one on health, one on climate and energy, and we have the one on cybersecurity, for example. And we're doing nothing else but security, which is great.
And you are an expert, you write yourself, you're an editor, you choose what gets into the
Yeah, I have a
background.
great team. I don't write that much, most of my team does actually, but I'm having the pleasure on reading it all and putting it together.
And what defines a nerd?
A nerd. Well, I think Healy can answer that because we had a discussion a couple of weeks ago about a new regulation coming up in Europe, and I think everyone besides us was like, what are they talking about? And we were like super engaged and talking about, well, it will change so much. It's a safety belt moment for Europe, and well, no one else understood.
But you are here to make it understandable.
Yes.
Wonderful. And with this, I hand over into your trusted hands, and I will enjoy.
Thank you so much. So yeah, we are talking about the fifth dimension, the cyber battleground, and I have a great panel, and I would love to introduce at first Sandra Joyce. She's the vice president at Malient Intelligence, which is part of Google Cloud. Great to have you, Sandra. Thanks for being here. And then we have Barbara Kluge. She's the deputy head of the Department for Cyber and Information Security at our Federal Ministry of Interior. And Healy Timmer-Klaas, she's the director of the Digital Society Institute at the ESMT Berlin. And so I want to start with the secret I'm going to share with you, because Sandra and I, we had the chance to talk yesterday. And Sandra has a very special connection to Germany. She's actually fluent in German. She has at most fluent. And she's having a special connection to Baden-Württemberg because she did a school exchange program in near Offenbach.
Near Offenburg.
Offenburg,
yeah.
sorry. And she did an internship at Wolfgang Schäuble. So she's an expert on America, and she's also an expert on Germany. So my first question goes to you. And it's about, when we talk about cybersecurity, what are the differences between the US and Germany in the perspective on looking at this field?
I think I can answer that very generally, and I'm not so sure I'm an expert in Germany, although I was an expert because I was auf ein Forellenzucht, on a fish farm in the middle of the Black Forest in my year. So as far as I was concerned, everybody walked around in lederhosen, and in Germany, very normal, right? It was a wonderful experience while I was there. But I think if we generalize for a second, because that's really the only way to answer a question like this, but to generalize, I think that the tone when you speak about cybersecurity in the United States is more about national security, defense, militarization. When you speak about cybersecurity in Europe, the tone is more about privacy, regulations, and standards. And both probably are two sides to the same coin, right? Cybersecurity needs both the national defense or the security, let's say, international security component, as well as the privacy component, and balancing the two is really the work of everybody in cybersecurity, especially on the policy side.
Thank you, Sandra. And I think the European perspective brings in Healy, because Healy, you're Estonian, and we know that Estonia is a very digitalized and very resilient country. You have to be after 2007, after the big cyber attack, and you're also in the diplomatic corps in Brussels. So I think looking at the two perspectives, the privacy thing and the defense thing, when you look at it as from a European perspective, what do you think?
Well, it's true that the discourse and narrative in Europe, of course, is about privacy and the more civilian side of cyber, or cybersecurity in terms of cyber safety and cyber resilience. So in Brussels, we always said cyber resilience is the aim that we are working for. But on a national level, I think also many countries would tie it still up with the national security, defense, and more military issues, especially now with the war going on in Europe. And I think Estonia has this kind of unique experience, how we built up the new cyber system after 2007 attacks, that we understood it is not enough if our government resources and government cyber agency and all the other government cyber experts would be, mobilized when the next similar large-scale attack happens. So you need also some broader society. And then we set up something which we call Cyber Defense League, which is the voluntary national organization that consists of experts working in different private sector companies, but in times of crisis or war, they can be mobilized by government, and they would be placed in the command structure of the defense forces and doing, of course, some sort of cyber defense work. So that's the solution of a small country to provide more cyber workforce in times of crisis. I think these kind of innovative solutions are out there that also other countries in Europe could look at.
So, Barbara, you're working at a ministry that is like the one ministry we tend to look at when it comes to cybersecurity in Germany. And we have a lot of things to do. And the minister has an agenda for cybersecurity. And you hear what Haley said, what Sandra said. What are the things you want to integrate into the German strategy for the next years?
Well, in Germany, we have a big emphasis on the preventive part of cybersecurity, especially the resilience. Cyber resilience is one of our major issues. The protection of critical infrastructure is more than ever in our conscience. I think that the war going on in Ukraine created more awareness for cyber topics, and therefore more people, normal people, not dealing with cybersecurity on a day-to-day basis or even professionally, tend to take care of their own data, to protect their data, to protect their systems, and that's a very important thing. We need to protect especially critical infrastructure, but we also need to raise awareness of everybody in order to strengthen the stability of IT systems.
You mentioned some things I want to follow up on. I think cyber resilience is a big topic. We will talk about it later because there's an European act coming up in this regard. But let's talk about critical infrastructure. We had, I'm sure all of you heard, we had this Lufthansa thing going on today, and of course every one of us was like, it's a cyber attack. And cyber is so present at the moment, but shouldn't we be careful about this, Sandra, that it's not always like cyber is the first thing we think of, so it's kind of an alarm status we have here?
I think we've reached a point in our society where we are very sensitive to it, and so if there is an IT problem, we assume we're under attack. I think the thing that it reminds me of is after 9/11, every car backfiring, somebody thought it was a terrorist attack, right? So we have to just be very sober when we go into these things and understand that not only when there is an incident of some kind, it can take time before we actually know what the truth is. And many of the breaches that we respond to at Mandiant, the first thought you have about what is going on often is incorrect. Right, because you have to gather more information. You don't know the attribution of the threat actor. You don't know necessarily the scope and scale of what has happened. And why is that important is when we create legislation, for example, or policies around reporting requirements, we need to keep that in mind, that new information is not necessarily accurate information. And it will take time in different stages of an incident where you will need to have diligence and patience to know, you might not have anything worth saying in the first 24 hours. Now, the downside is sometimes the threat actors, for example, if it's a ransomware attack, what we have seen is sometimes they will go public for you, and then you have a communication question that you need to be answering.
But I'm sure you all have heard it as well. It was a bulldozer that caused this outtake, and it shows us again the resilience of critical infrastructure in Germany. Barbara, what is your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, Lufthansa is not a critical infrastructure. due to our current legal situation, it's not. It's going to be after NIS2, but right now it's not. But it clearly shows how dependent we are on IT, and also that we need to strengthen resilience, not only with respect to cyber attacks, but also in a very physical way. There's a legal initiative going on, the so-called Kritis Dachgesetz, and it tackles the whole package. It's not only about cybersecurity, but also about physical safety and security.
And I think the reason why we are all, I think it was one guess I read online was, well, 1 day before or 2 days before my Munich cybersecurity conference, Lufthansa is not flying. Well, it can't be a coincidence. Mm-hmm. So we're talking about that, of course. The war is going on almost for a year now, and I think there is the moment where we can look into the last year and say, what are the learnings we saw when it comes to the operations Russia especially is conducting in cyberspace? Healy, what would you say, what are learnings so far?
We have seen extraordinary solidarity of the Western cyber community to help Ukraine. And I think this public-private partnership, this ad hoc international coalition, which was formed very quickly after the first hours of the war, or even day before, with the biggest Viper attack against the Ukrainian transport systems. I think this shows the next level of maturity amongst our cyber community, but also the way how we are able to mobilize our best capabilities on the Western side. I think we could be advised to put together some lessons learned from very successful mitigation of some of the very dangerous cyber attacks in Ukraine, so that we, European countries ourselves, could be also better prepared in case of this kind of operations will hit us maybe at some point.
Senator, for someone who's monitoring threat actors as a business, what are your take on the things we learned so far?
Yeah, we learned quite a bit, actually. One of them is in our incident response work, what we were able to discern was that many of the wipers that were launched from Russian threat actors actually took advantage of persistence in the network that had been there for years. What I mean by that is they were already persistent in the networks and then launched their attacks from there. We have to be very vigilant about compromise assessments and the current state of the security of our networks. Some other lessons that we've seen is Russia's willingness to use hacktivists either directly or indirectly to put out some of their activities. So one example is HackNet, KillNet. Those are two sort of hacker collectives. What we witnessed was a Russian APT group exfiltrating data from one Ukrainian entity, and within 24 hours, we were seeing it pop up in a HackNet Telegram channel. That happened 4 times. So we don't know if it's a GRU operator on keyboard or just a relationship, a loose collaboration, but certainly there is a connection that we're not entirely clear on. But more tactically, let's say on the battlefield, and I'll wrap with this one, we learned that as Russian forces were advancing on the ground, they would capture infrastructure along the way. And what that taught us was it is very likely that what we'll see in sort of these kinetic campaigns is embedded cyber action teams that are actually with the land forces going and taking over teams, because what we were seeing was local access. So that's an interesting takeaway for us.
So, and there was especially when the war started, there was a lot of talk about that Germany will also become a target, could become a target. And I think it was kind of scary for a lot of people because it was a lot of scenarios going on there. So, Barbara, what was your take on that as a government institution?
Well, of course, the situation is critical, but we have not yet been immediate target of an attack. We know that this could happen any time. So we have to tackle that. We have to raise our resilience. We have to take care that all relevant players closely cooperate, that they exchange information. We have to strengthen the cyber architecture and also the BSI, the Federal Office for Information Security. They play a key role within this architecture. And of course, international cooperation is key, because there's no border in cyberspace, so we have to cooperate internationally and closely. That's what we do, first of all, of course, within Europe, but also with the US and other key players worldwide.
So maybe a question for all three of you. You can decide who wants to answer, or if you want to answer. But there are two narratives I'm hearing. The one is the reason why we are not attacked, or there was no big incidents in Germany or in Europe, for example, is because Russia is so distracted with protecting itself and also launching the things on Ukraine. The other thing is that deterrence is actually working. So what do you think is more appropriate, or is it both, or is there something in the middle? I'm really eager to understand.
Well, if you ask the operational cyber people, then they would say that they have seen attacks increasing also towards the European targets. But as most of our European countries are quite resilient and we have capabilities to deal with relatively serious attacks in most of European countries quite well already now. So that's why many of these attacks did not reach the headlines. Also, of course, Russians are not that coordinated and so prepared maybe, and when some of the attacks on the ground in Ukraine were happening, they were coordinated with the military or battlefield activities, but sometimes they were not so coordinated. It's also that the other side is not that coordinated, so I think the truth is in both narratives.
Well, I think it's probably helpful for us to just really define our terms. So attacks, if we think about classic attacks of disruption or destruction, maybe those are not as present. However, just last week, there was a barrage of spear phishing emails against diplomatic organizations across Europe on Friday, just this Friday, from a Russian APT group that is involved with these things. So I think what we're seeing is we're seeing a constant attempt or a constant signaling that Russia is trying to maintain access or obtain and maintain access for strategic optionality. In the event that they do decide to do something destructive or disruptive, what they're doing now is trying to gain that access. Because what we learned, as I said, in Ukraine is that they had maintained persistence for years, in some cases since 2012, right? So I think that that's a way to look at it as well.
No, actually, everything said, I think it's both sides, as Haley just stated, and we have to stay alert and just have a close look at the analysis and the information we have, and just make sure that the cooperation works, and also to take care of our resilience. Then we're rather good prepared. There's no guarantee, but anyway, we should do what we can.
So I think what the Ukraine war taught us, as a thesis, you can say it's wrong, is that there are a big connection now between, like, you can't say, is it a cyber criminal or is it a state-sponsored group? We saw that in the attack of Montenegro, for example, where we weren't sure, is it a Russian group? Is it state-sponsored? Is it just like, what's the connection? And we also see, like, today's news, an Israeli company is selling disinformation campaigns to the highest bidder to harm democracy. And it's just not because of a motive, like a classic criminal motive, it's just like a business. So how should we think when it comes to persecution and also to public-private partnerships when we look at the cyberspace? What are the key takeaways we should think of?
That's a very big question. There's so many components to it. And You know, you're right, the lines are blurring between cybercrime and nation-state activity. In fact, we now have seen examples from the SVR, GRU, and the FSB that are actually going into criminal undergrounds to gain third-party access to networks. And this used to be something where, you know, from the defender's point of view, we always like to say, well, this is cybercrime, this is nation-state activity, because that's the way that we organically organize. So in our bureaucracies, in our systems, in our departments and organizations, we like things to be nice and clean because there has to be a boss, there's a staff, and we are organized that way. And cyber criminals and nation-state actors, they don't care about any of that. In fact, they're counting on us having as many layers and borders between that we possibly can have. So if your question is, you know, how should we be looking at this? If we would really benefit from looking at cybersecurity in the landscape with the lens of a threat actor. They're looking for as much division as possible. They're looking for vulnerabilities, vulnerable systems. They're looking for places where somebody says, I only will work with an American company or a German company, or I will only talk to a government about this. I will not share information with a commercial company about cyber threats. Those who benefit from that are the threat actors, because it is only when we're all working together and have a full picture of what's going on that we can start writing detections and defending together.
Barbara, you're like nodding.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. That's it. We have those blurred lines. The categories we were working with up to now, they don't work any longer. We have to stop thinking and working in those categories. You never know whether it's state-sponsored or criminal, or sometimes it's only an accident, as we heard today. So we need to stop thinking in categories and start considering the whole thing as a unique phenomenon. And cooperating, I think, is the key to everything.
I know there's a best practice, for example, from the United States. It's the Counter-Ransomware Initiative, which was invented by President Biden, and Germany is part of it. I think it has the workforce for diplomacy. Mm-hmm. There's one on counter-attacks, which is led by Australia, but this is one initiative. Is there something coming up in Germany, an idea to foster the cooperation between states and the private sector?
We already have a very close cooperation with the private sector, not only in the protection of critical infrastructure, and we have to move on in that field. It's actually a matter of capacity. We have to take one step after the other, but there's a lot of work that has still to be done. So we took first steps. We also address smaller and medium companies, not only the big operators of critical infrastructure, the bigger entities, and there needs to be a closer cooperation also with the economic sector, of course.
Hilly, you want to add something?
I think it was all said, and I think I could maybe just add that we have to also be innovative in our response, because we as a hierarchy, as a government or as a company or any Western entity, we are not blurring those lines ourselves so easily. So it makes our response much more difficult, this asymmetric threat with blurred lines. So,
what would be a solution? What would be your wish?
I think what could work, and it has worked, is that the incident responders are very much linked up with different, either the sectoral or governmental, what is called CERTs in cyber world, which is the emergency response teams of the cyber incidents, so that they will feed all this information quite quickly into the system for the others and give the warning that, well, I saw this weird attack this morning. Well, be careful, you can be hit with this like in a few hours too. And it sometimes I think you can have the sectoral information sharing centers, like in the US they have ISACs. In Europe it's not so easy because we have so many problems why we cannot share information because There's, another ministry cannot talk to another ministry, and one agency wants to sit on the information and can talk to another one, and then there are governmental levels and there are the private sector levels. I think somehow eventually it happens, but in Europe we certainly have room for development on our response and information sharing side.
Room for development. I have a lot of questions, but I want to also invite the audience on asking questions. I would love you to stand up, and if you could say your name and your institution you're working for or where you're from, that would be awesome. So here is a question.
Hi, thank you. My name is Maximilian Ziegler. I'm an intern at ECFR, European Council on Foreign Relations. And my question would be, how do we deal with the fact that a lot of these zero-day exploits that were hoarded by Western governments over the past years are now being used in many of these attacks? And how do we most credibly respond to the fact if we look at how, for example, the attack in 2016 on Ukraine, the Indestroyer attack was based partly off of Stuxnet, which was used in Iran. And how does one even begin to work with, other partners across the globe when a large part of the fault is with Western governments? And what trajectory is this heading towards? Thank you.
You have a wish for someone to answer it, or is it for everyone?
For Sandra, or for everyone, whoever might feel.
Sandra, you want to start?
Yeah, well, I can't speak to, what the government and Western governments are or not hoarding. I suppose they would probably not tell anybody if they were. But I think that, something very interesting that I pulled out from your comment and question was when a cyber tool or malware or weapon is released in the wild and then taken and used by others. I mean, that's something that has happened several times in the last few years. This sort of wormable exploits that are released because of sometimes unintentionally is something that I think is definitely worth looking at. One of the biggest and most dangerous of these was Triton. I believe it was 17 or I think it was 17, where the Research Institute of Chemistry and Mechanics outside of Moscow was running experiments on and trying to dabble with the safety systems of an oil and gas plant in the Middle East, causing that system to shut down. Some magazines called it the most murderous malware they'd ever seen. And the question then becomes, why would that type of research be occurring? And in the case of reckless, deployment of that, the effects are maddening if you think of it. NotPetya was another, you could say, was an attempt to only target, a tax system in Ukraine, then is released probably unintentionally on the rest of the world. WannaCry from North Korea, same thing. There's a lot of evidence that it was released prematurely, and then that caused the disruption to hospitals and other organizations around the world. So I think the problem is multifaceted. The problem of sort of recklessness in general around the development of cyber tools is something we certainly need to be paying attention to.
Thank you. Another question. Then I would like to follow up with this question. The discussion about 0 days is ongoing, and it's if you look at it from a very neutral perspective, it's some government institution will say we need that for criminal investigations. The other one would say, well, we need to close that. Can we ever fix this? Can we end this discussion? Is there any possibility? Maybe Ili and Barbara, what do you think?
The 0 days are there until we have this kind of software what we have. And there are speculations, of course, that if AI starts producing software, and we will have the software and hardware which is more stable and secure, then we maybe have less 0 days. And now we have the Cyber Resilience Act by the European Union that also would ask both software and hardware to become more resilient, more tested. So possibly this will also reduce the overall number of vulnerabilities and 0 days. But I think with the current technological development, it's not possible to eliminate 0 days entirely.
Oh, we have a very lively ongoing discussion within Germany with respect to 0 days and the so-called vulnerability equity process. The discussion is still going on. I can't tell in what direction it will go on and where the result will be, but I think we will never be in a position that there are no 0 days. And as a matter of fact, there are also lots of vulnerabilities that exist for quite a long time and are not patched, either by the people responsible for a program or a device, or that the users are very, well, unconscious. They don't do updates. This is something we also have to tackle. People are responsible for their IT and for their devices, and they should also install patches as soon as they're available. This is also a very important thing. And the European Union tackles that with the Cyber Resilience Act, and we also have an initiative in Germany, already existing initiative, that's the cyber security, how is it called? Cybersicherheitskennzeichen, cyber security signal, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. It's something to raise awareness and to make people aware of the fact that buying safe and secure devices is a value as such, and that they should just take care of their cyber hygiene.
Let's talk about awareness, which is, of course, the other side of, like, we can talk about what should the state do, but it's also like what should companies do. And Sandra, when you look at the United States, how is awareness, especially when we talk about like medium-sized companies, how would you assume that?
I think sometimes if we are part of the cybersecurity community, we think things are very obvious and that how could somebody not know about the threats? But if you go into the rest of the United States, I think that there's still maybe an awareness that there is a problem, but not necessarily, especially in small, medium businesses, real solutions for the sort of non-enterprise entities, right now. They tend to also be the deliverers of critical services. Often they're the ones that tend to interact face-to-face with people as well. So they are probably an overlooked segment of the cybersecurity problem, because most of the time we are focused on the most visible, the most enterprise, government, that kind of thing.
We talked about that earlier, actually, because there is a regulation coming up, and it's actually it's an order that has to be translated into national law in Germany and all across the European member state. It's called the NIS2 directive, which will, broaden the safe security zone of companies, and it will affect a lot of medium or small and medium-sized companies, actually. Do they know that, Barbara?
No, I'm not so sure. They could, and we did all we could to inform, especially the branch organizations, so they get in touch with their members. But NIS2 has a so-called size cap rules that leads to a situation where in Germany from now 4,500 entities that are considered critical infrastructures, in the future we will have 25,000. So it's also a matter of capacity in the market. I guess that especially the smaller companies sometimes don't even know where their data is hosted, let alone what cybersecurity measures are taken. So there's a lot of work to be done. And apart from that, I mean, even if a smaller company is not a critical infrastructure and doesn't fall under NIS2, people should be aware that they have to take care of their data, because ransomware attacks have grown immensely, and they are threatening for the existence of smaller companies. So this is a big field. We tackle that. We have respective initiatives, especially in the BSI, an information sharing portal, for example, but there's still a lot of work to be done.
But Haley, isn't the problem, Barbara mentioned it, that there is also a lack of talent, and it's not only a European problem, it's also an American problem. So can you blame the companies that need to keep up with a lot of regulation and now like implement a lot of new regulation that require talent that isn't there?
Yeah, you are very much right. The small companies have to comply with the GDPR. They have to comply with, for instance, the Cyber Resilience Act, if they produce some hardware or software. And of course, now they have to comply with the NIS2. So at some point, I can imagine the situation where the compliance officer looks at the different fines and would pick, okay, we comply today with this because the fine is smaller if we pay, you know, the GDPR fine instead of the, I don't know, the other fine. So I think this is the example of failed regulation. If instead of better security, the companies then resort to compliance only, and the model is to avoid paying fines, not to build better security. So it's very difficult to make a security regulation work, I think, and possibly we still have to work on this front in Europe.
Can I address that? I've been giving the cyber workforce issue a lot of thought, and I think that if you spoke to people who are doing the work of cybersecurity, many of them, you know, we've done so much to invest in this technology or that technology to protect the perimeter, endpoint, you know, email. We do all of the things there. What we don't invest in is the workflow of the cybersecurity analyst or researcher or the SOC analyst. And if you talk to them, they are still doing things like copy pasting from here to an Excel spreadsheet so they can import a bunch of things for detections. They still have a very clunky day-to-day job. In fact, I've heard that a lot of them love the mission, but they hate their job because it is so tedious. They're manually looking at alerts. They need solutions that are going to automate a lot of the functions that you do. So I'm not entirely sure that our workforce shortage problem isn't also, it's definitely, let's say, on the supply side, but on the demand side, let's say, we really need to become more efficient in the way that we are doing the work of cybersecurity. If you took all of the hours that are wasted on clunky processes and turned that into, you know, an analysis of how much work actually needs to be done, I think we would be surprised what the actual workforce shortage looks like.
And it's this idea of something that is very boring, actually. It's like, it's resemblance to this thing Heli said, which is make security like just checking boxes, which is not very agile or interesting at all. It's like companies have to check boxes. They're not thinking about if that's necessary, and it's the same with the people who access the security things in the company. Are there questions in the audience regarding cyber resilience or the workforce or anything else? Yeah, there. Where the microphone is coming.
I would like to know where Google is doing the routine work. Where are the labors? You know, I heard some rumors that in Kenya, they are employing, not Google, but other companies are employing cheap labor to do this, boring work.
What was the first part of the question?
You mean the security work, the security teams are located somewhere else to do the boring work?
So really the way to think about, you know, working in a security operations center, and so at Mandiant, for example, we have 4 of them around the world. And what they're tasked with doing, and very intentionally in places scattered across time zones so that you can have a 24/7 watch. So there is definitely benefit in having these security operations centers deployed around the world. But the problem becomes the thousands and thousands of alerts that pour into these systems and the demands on people to actually triage and prioritize. So one of the let's say the things to combat that is if you have robust threat intelligence. So if you know which alerts are most important, you can prioritize those first, and then look at it that way. But if there are, one of the main reasons why you have security operations centers deployed around the world is to have 24/7, to have a segmented approach, and to have backup locations so that if something were to go down, you could pick up, a hot site somewhere else for resilience.
Here's another question.
Thank you, Wolfgang Kleinwächter. On the international level, we have now 2 UN bodies dealing with this issue. On the cybersecurity question, it's the open-ended working group in the UN. And then we have negotiations on a cybercrime convention in Vienna and in New York. My question goes directly to Sandra. What the private sector expects from these international negotiations, will there be any useful outcome which will help you to identify both the criminals and the bad state actors?
Well, that is the hope. As we continue to work together with governments and public-private partnerships, the hope is that we can continue the evolution to break down the walls of sharing threat information and making this something that we can tackle together. But some of the things that become very, let's say, sensitive in organizations and in negotiations that way is, everybody that comes to the table has a cyber capability, right? And what are we going to agree on in terms of norms? What are we going to agree on in terms of non-negotiables? And I think that is obviously the hope and concern that we will be able to solve that.
So how is it going so far with, the open-ended working group, for example? How do we establish cyber norms when there are obviously state actors that aren't that eager to?
Well, I change hat back to the government now and say we already have cyber norms. We shouldn't say that we should establish them. Diplomats have been working for 10 years, including German government and the Estonian government and the US government, to establish this, what we call the framework of state, responsible state behavior. So we have cyber norms, we have international law, we have confidence building measures. So these are pretty set good principles that countries need to follow. I don't think we need new norms or new laws right now. We need to just implement the existing ones. And this is the question of enforcement and following the norms and laws. IHL applies, or international humanitarian law applies. So we know what to do in conflict, but Russia does not observe international humanitarian law even in physical space, so not to talk about cyberspace. I think it boils down to this responsibility as an international actor. And the question in the UN is not so much what comes out of those 2 groups right now. I think, if I may say so now with my academic freedom role, what we, the Western governments, are doing, we are in damage control mode in the United Nations currently, in cyber. We do not need new norms and laws. So under the first committee, what we need to do is to make sure that the open-ended working group will socialize the existing norms and international law amongst the developing nations so that everybody will follow those. And under the third committee, when the cybercrime treaty is being negotiated, we have to make sure that the cybercrime treaty does not become the global treaty that allows the censorship regimes to basically conduct mass surveillance over their citizens. And this is the real threat there. So damage control mode in the United Nations. This was said with academic freedom.
Yeah, yeah. However, you want to...
Well, actually, that's the field of my colleague, Regine Greenberger. But as Haley already said, there's not a lack of rules and norms, but a lack of implementation. And this is the big challenge.
For all of you who don't know Regine Greenberger, maybe that's a little bit too nerdy again, it's the German cyber ambassador. She's responsible for representing Germany at those institutions. Sorry, I just need to add that. Before I close this panel in 4 minutes, I get this funny cards all the time, 5. I want to ask, we talk a lot about Russia, actually. This panel was about the war, and of course it is, but I think yesterday it was Stormy, she did the poll, and the one thing that was the main challenge was the top vote, how to deal with China. So maybe some closing remarks on how did China change its strategy in the last year under maybe the radar with the ongoing discussion about the Russian war. Sandra, what do you see in Mandian's intelligence?
From our perspective, one thing that China has not demonstrated that Russia and Iran have demonstrated, for example, is the deployment of a lot of destructive and disruptive attacks. It's not necessarily the Chinese cyber execution strategy. What we have seen, though, is a lot of espionage, and then in recent years, a lot of influence operations. What started out as, it's a group that is tracked under the name Dragon Bridge, it's the campaign's name, but it started out just trying to discredit Hong Kong protesters. Well, now the content continues to flow out in a matter of, over 10 different languages, in 30 different, social media platforms. It's platform agnostic at this stage, and it is a constant flow of misinformation or disinformation. So the question then becomes, what is the strategy of the Chinese? We don't know. We don't have a direct attribution to the Chinese government right now for Dragon Bridge, but it is closely aligned with PRC objectives. So.
Do we forget this actor?
Well, I can't forget China, of course, as a cyber expert. What we have seen, I think, is that China certainly is also in this kind of observation mode. China has not conducted destructive operations so much, but more the APTs for intellectual property theft and the other. It has other motivations with cyber operations. And what we, the Western community of academics and governments, of course, should do is to bring China into this kind of responsible state behavior narrative, because I think we need at least China to be responsible, since we know that Russia, of course, we cannot expect Russia to be responsible in any time soon.
So when we're talking about cyber, it's also always very dark, I guess, and we want to have something hopeful now. And the last thing I want to ask you three is something that gives you hope regarding cyberspace. Maybe a motto or something that keeps you going. Sandra.
I'm happy to start because I only ever get to say what's going wrong. When you meet the cyber worker force, and you see young people who are committed to the mission, who are learning new skills, who are excited about, defending the internet, the rule of order, that is very inspiring to me. That there is an entire workforce that is so dedicated to the mission. So let's make it not so hard for them. Let's invest in them.
Well, what encourages me is that cyber has come out of that nerdy corner, but it's a very public discussion right now, and it's more a public concern, an open discussion, and we raised awareness a lot. So I think this is the very first step to reach our aim that cybersecurity is everybody's topic.
Really? Last words?
I would also maybe echo what Barbara just said. We are now at the stage with our cyber awareness where all the famous think tanks in Germany or foundations like Aspen or Bertelsmann are organizing at least one cyber panel, not the whole conference on technology conferences and panels on these issues, which I think is also the mainstreaming of the cyber to a more strategic framework. And
it's good, but it's also, I think, something what we have to be mindful of not overgeneralizing the issues, but still have the discussions which are kind of point on the topics we need to discuss. So
thank you. So I hope we did this on-point discussion for you, and thank you so much for giving us your insights and expertise. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, what a panel. As I promised to you, this would be not a boring afternoon start after lunch kind of session, but a really insightful discussion. And for all our Americans and non-German speakers, you notice that we throw in some words for you to learn. Yesterday it was Steilvorlage, for example. And this time it is Die wilde Reise geht weiter. The wild journey is continuing. And it is a very great pleasure to welcome my next moderator to the stage. And that is Dr. Julia Pohle. Julia, come on up. And give her a big, big, big applause. Come on. Of course, I usually always first ask my moderator a couple of questions before I hand over. So you are a senior researcher at the WZB Berlin Social Science Center. I have to read that because everybody knows the WZB here in Berlin as a very insightful, research-oriented organization, but not everybody knows that it is also called the Berlin Social Science Center, right, in English.
Yes, that's the English title.
That is the English title, and not to mix it up, I read it. But you are also with the Center of Digitalization, Democracy and Innovation of the Brussels School of Governance. Right. And you are kind of at the intersection of research, but also giving policy advice. You're a great analytical mind, and also certainly a great moderator. What made you, because we just talked about talent and getting talent interested in the issue, what made you interested in the issue and choose that career path, if I may ask?
Such a good question. I started my career by studying computer science and cultural studies, so it was a real
Give her an applause.
And after I graduated, I worked at UNESCO, which many of you know, but a lot of people don't know that how much UNESCO is involved in all these kind of digital debates as well. And there I got really interested in all these digital governance issues, and that's where I then started my academic career from, doing my PhD, working in Brussels for a while in a research institution, working on digital governance, and then came to Berlin to work on these issues, which surprisingly, 10 years ago, there was not a large research community in Germany working on these kind of questions. It's growing now, it's getting better, but we're still a very small community here, I would say, in academic terms.
And we are working on that it becomes bigger. And yes. With this high-end, by the way, we had Gabriela Ramos here last year. And she was one of the persons working on AI and the code at UNESCO. So it is an important institution. But with this, I hand over to you, and I'm looking forward to the panel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome also from my side to this almost last panel of the conference. Before I say a few words what we will be talking about, I would actually invite all my panelists to come to the stage, so I'm not alone here, which feels awkward. You pick your chairs. So we'll be talking in this panel about a topic which has been mentioned. Go ahead, please, wherever you like. Pick your seat. Which has been mentioned many, many times over the course of these last 2 days, But we will now get a bit more special focus, and we will try also to kind of define what we are actually talking about. And it's also a topic which has been mentioned here, but is much less in the, let's say, public eye than all the other topics we'll have to be discussing here, like trade, security, innovation, and competition. So the topic we're going to talk about now in this coming hour is technical standards. And these technical standards are really, and I think we all agree here in the room, it has been mentioned many times, they're really of fundamental importance for our highly digitized societies. However, in our daily life, we are surrounded by them, but we normally hardly notice them. I actually thought about it yesterday when I was trying to find a charger for my phone and all the cables didn't fit. So normally we only kind of realize that we are surrounded by tech standards when they somehow do not overlap. And I also think that in the public and in the political debate, technical standards are getting much less attention than other kinds of standards, like regulatory standards or legal standards. So in this 1 hour, we will try to find out why this is the case, and why they are now becoming a concern of geopolitical conflict as well, and what we need to do about them. And I think one of the reasons why tech standards are getting less attention is because they're usually considered a non-political issue. But I think we will all agree, at least after this round, that they are very political in many, many ways. They are very political. And as an academic, I'd like to quote academics. And 25 years ago, the American legal scholar Lawrence Lessig said, "Code is law." And what he meant by this is really that the codes, the standards, the protocols on which our digital society runs govern our behavior and our society just as much as all other codes, like laws, regulation, norms, and all the things that governments and companies come up with. And so as technical standards, they really carry enormous power for the safety and also for the interoperability of our technical products. And whoever sets these standards holds this power. So I'm very happy that I have 5 very knowledgeable experts with me on this panel to discuss what we do with this power, how we best handle it, and what are the challenges that we are facing. In the interest of time, I will not go through all the very extensive and interesting biographies of my speakers. You have them in the booklet. You can look them up. I would just like to introduce them. So at the very end, we have Bill Etchingson, who is the acting director of the Digital Innovation Initiative at the Center for European Policy Analysis, CEPAR. And before, he also worked for Google, where he managed most of European YouTube content issues, if that's correct.
Sort of. In fact, not one person could deal with all of those content issues.
Then we have Ann-Kathrin Riedel, who is a policy advisor for global digitalization innovation at the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom, and also the chairwoman of LOAD, the Association for Liberal Internet Policy. And many of us know her here in Germany as a very active civil society voice in the debates. Then we have Christoph Winterhalter, who since 2016, after a long career in product development, engineering, and so on, has become the chairman of the executive board of DIN, which is the German Institute for Standardization, and also currently acts as a vice chair policy for ISO, so the International Standardization Organization. So we actually have a standardization person on the panel, which is great. Welcome. Then we have Metin Hakverdi, a member of the German Bundestag, where he serves many other tasks I saw at the Committee of EU Affairs, and is also very active in the US-German exchanges, right? Welcome. And then last but not least, we have Daniel Andrich, who since 2020 is general manager at the American Chamber of Commerce in Germany, but before has been on the other side of the pond representing the interests of the German industry in Washington. Welcome to all of you. Yes, let's give them applause. I would actually like kind of launch the debate by starting with a very simple question to the one man here coming from the engineering side, who can help us to understand why technical standards matter. Mr. Winterhalter, in a nutshell, what are technical standards? What is the difference to legal standards? And why do we need to care as much about technical standards and all other kind of standards?
Thanks a lot for that question, and thanks for the introduction, because I feel extremely powerful after listening to your introduction. I mean, technical standards, they really define how the world ticks. But it's done by technical experts. It's not done by the political leaders. It's not done by company leaders, but it's done by the private sector. So it's private sector experts that actually specify how we technically implement the regulatory requirements we get from the political leaders. So the translation into something that we can measure from the technical point of view, something that really ensures compatibility, that's done by technical experts. They are mostly working in a hidden environment. Like in ISO, it's 150,000 experts in 167 countries that are actively involved in defining these technical standards, from children's safety to IT security and artificial intelligence, the whole range. And as a national standards body, we have the responsibility to manage the technical standards catalog for the country, for the European Union, and worldwide. So I mean, when I started in a German national standards body, I think this is a very German initiative. It's not. 85% of the standardization activities that are run by the German national standards body are international standards. So we define the international technical standards that enable interoperability of components, that we have the same technical standards for cars that we manufacture in Germany and sell in the US and use parts coming from China. So that this works, we need technical standards. But they are really dependent on the active engagement of technical experts. So it's not kind of guarded by, let's say, political parties. They have to, of course, translate the regulation. But the technical details are actually specified in standards. And that really is important because it doesn't go through a political process. If a technology changes, we can very quickly adapt the standards, but still comply with the regulation. So if we have very fast evolving technology, it's required that we have standards that understand the regulatory environment and enable to use new technology under the same policy, but with new possibilities that are offered by these new technical standards. So it's very much about clarifying technical details on an international basis and help them to clarify the details on how to implement regulations. That was a long explanation.
No, that's, thank you. I think that was really helpful. And you said they're not developed by political institutions, actors. So why are technical standards then now becoming such a political issue? Maybe, Mr. Andrich, from your background in US, EU trade relations, what would you say? Why are national governments, including the United States, the European Union, of course, and China, becoming so much engaged in this debate about tech standards right now?
Short answer, in addition to what Christoph Winterhalter just said, it is basically the sort of technical language of trade policy in general, in trade relation and commercial relations. That's what we as an organization, our members are very much focused on. How do we define the future of how do we do trade relationship? This is especially important for the German economic model, but it's also important for the US companies here in Germany and the US companies in the US and other countries. So yes, I do agree, and it's bringing technical experts together is at the end of the day the execution of what needs to be done also on the strategic and political level. That there is emphasis, that there are resources, that there's awareness that we need to speak about technical standards, we need to speak about manufacturing standards in general, if we want to create and shape a sort of global framework in general where businesses can flourish and extend their operations. That is extremely important, I think. So this has also a political dimension, I would say, as a transatlantic organization, and since we're here on the Transatlantic Conference, obviously this is also addressed in the Trade and Technology Council, which is great. I think we need political momentum there. It also needs to be sort of created the momentum here in the business community itself, that they put resources behind it. We see that there are countries in the world who are very active when it comes to this. You mentioned China, also in the bodies, at ISO and others. I do think that we need to raise the awareness here, and this is also what I would like to deliver here on the panel, but this conference, that this needs to be sort of perceived in the business community and the political landscape, I see.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Etchington, would you agree? This is, I mean, we feel like US, Germany, EU increasingly becoming interested in tech standards or being involved as well in tech standard setting. I think you also have an expertise on China. What do you see the role of China in all of this?
So as we discussed, I think the reason this panel is taking place not in a tech standards setting with engineers is because of China and sort of the overriding fear that China will dominate the next generation of technology because it's very active in setting standards. And I think this cuts to the heart of the transatlantic debate about how to deal with China and is, I would say, an exaggerated, over-exaggerated fear. I think the US is really using this to bludgeon China and try to kick China out or isolate it in the world economy, and that's not good for anyone because these standards are for everyone to build upon. And I think that they need to stay apolitical and out of this debate. I mean, to give you an example, we're talking a couple of examples. One would be about Open RAN, the new telephone network where we're setting standards for the next generation, a new way of building telephone networks. Just because China is involved doesn't mean that it's necessarily dangerous, but having Huawei run the Wi-Fi here may be dangerous. So I think that we have to separate between the real risks and the sort of imagined overreaching risks.
Thank you. I was like, just from a German perspective, since we are here in Germany, from a German perspective, I always felt that tech standards are not really at the heart of public debate about digital governance in general. I don't know, Ms. Riedel, if you feel like you're very involved in digital policy debates in Germany, do you feel that there's something changing? Is the awareness growing that we need to speak about tech standards too, not only about regulation, be it on the EU level, on the German level, and so on, but also we need to talk about more about these technical kind of rules and codes and standards, and why is it now? I mean, we heard now a lot, why is it now? But what is, from your perspective, what is it?
Well, I think the public debate and also the political debate on standards is growing a lot. When we look at it not on the global perspective, but on the German perspective, for example, when we talk about e-government and the digitalization of our administration, there was just a paper published by Dean and other organizations on standards for municipalities and all the e-government softwares, because they recognize, we need to have standards, then it's hopefully much more easier to have all the software and cloud infrastructure and so on. But we put standards, and I wanted to look it up before the panel, what Hebel Projekt oder Hebel irgendwas is in English, leverage. It's one of the three things we have in our digital strategy from the federal government, because they recognize standards are a very, very important part, and it will leverage all the digitalization projects we have. And they recognized also the international perspective of standards, not only when it comes to e-government, but also the involvement in international bodies for standardizations. And I think because of the Zeitenwende and this now geopolitics coming back, and we as Germans also recognizing that there is something like geopolitics, we also start to talk about standards. And for example, we at the Friedrich Naumann Foundation, we published just a few months ago a paper on the discrete power of China when it comes to technical standards, written by Tim Rühlig from the German Council on Foreign Relations, because I thought we need a paper, and I asked him to write it very low level because I wanted to bring it into the political debate to make it easy for everyone to understand what are standards, just what you were saying in the beginning, so that people are aware of this topic, because often we don't see standards and we don't see technical standards. We see the USB charger, for example, but not when it comes to AI and so on. And I think it's super important because quoting another guy, Werner von Siemens, he said, who owns standards owns the market. And when we want to have, like we always want here in Germany and Europe, an ethical digitalization, we need to focus also on the products, and therefore the standards and ethical, that they are ethical and value human rights, for example.
Okay, yeah. And we hear China again. Before we come back up to speak about China, I would like to hear from you, Mr. Hagwadi, because we just heard standard setting is part of the German government's strategy right now. from your perspective, also being involved in the Committee for EU Affairs, do you have the feeling that there is this just written in there in the document, or is there actually, from the government level, something like a growing awareness? Is there more debate happening on the government level in political circles? Is this also something we see when it comes to Europe? Do you see that there's a growing awareness in debates about European policy that we need to get, as Europe, be more involved in standard setting?
So I did not major in computer science. I'm a lawyer. I have to apologize in this round for this fact. There is obviously a growing attention to this, obviously, and it was before February 24th last year. But obviously things have speeded up, that we see some sort of urgency because of political and not technical issues. To make this very clear, because I think there is a connection, and that's why we're sitting here, actually. Yes. And if it wasn't because of China, then it would be because of something else. Yeah. You have to answer that question for me, please. My chief of staff asked me that, why those yellow lights of the French car industry. Yes, we ask him whether he knows or not. So looking back, standard setting was always a political issue, always, and obviously a technical as a given, but also politically, and that's why this dynamic has to change with the global changes also. So there are all the questions we have been asked before. The question is there a standard setting power in the East and a standard setting power in the West, and we have to sort of decide which standard we apply. The third countries as the global South, compared to our market access there, compared to the Belt and Road strategy of China. Is there a locking out of those markets? So those are all old questions, right? They are not really new. But I have a feeling that it is that the momentum is now, obviously, because of the Zeitenwende, by the question of what do we learn from that conflict now for our relationship to China. And you can argue on the IRA on this issue, on protection, on the old protectional question. So the future, I would say, is in standards for political, to have a political approach on it. We should be aware of the situation, what could happen in a worst case scenario. I don't know how probable that is, but it would be a very bad situation if the European Union, speaking as a citizen of the European Union, if we had to decide of standards that there wasn't a compromise-finding international body who would go on issues like, is it the best standard? Is it economically worth? Is it ethical standards in it? So other standards within the standards than just, it's a big market in the US, that's why we decide how it goes. We are the biggest country in China, so that's why we do it. So if that's possible or not. And I think there will be much pressure on that one. I can give you, just I tried to look up standards in the coalition treaty. Did anybody do that before this? I wasn't aware of that. Right? I wasn't aware of it. So it's basically once in it, and it is in it under the European capital. So it is read, we want to increase Europe's strategic sovereignty. This means first and foremost establishing its own ability to act in the global context and being less dependent and vulnerable in important strategic areas such as energy supply, health, raw materials imports, and digital technology, without sealing Europe off. We will better protect critical technology and infrastructure, align standards and procurement accordingly, and initiate a European open source 5G, 6G consortium. We will better protect European companies against extraterritorial sanctions. So there's just aligned standards. It's just one small two-sentence in it, in a very global aspect to it. But obviously the European Union is the point where and this will, I think, for German politics generally, will be the key issue to get this on the European stage and not on a national stage.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's very surprising that it's actually under kind of the keyword of digital sovereignty when everything was done is about cooperation, it feels like. It's kind of a contrast, which is probably the problem behind this whole sovereignty, digital sovereignty debate in any way. But since we talked about Europe, so there has been in 2022, Europe decided on a European standardization strategy. I see you nodding. I heard yesterday from one of your colleagues, to my big surprise, that when you do events on the standardization strategy, that there are about 1,000 people attending. Oh, yes. And I felt with all these digital, this package of digital regulations coming from Europe, the standardization strategy is definitely getting less attention than all the others. So why do you think this is the case? And why do you think it really matters, this new strategy?
I mean, it matters a lot, but I want to answer your question.
Yeah,
is there a mechanism in place to really fight for Europe's sovereignty without decoupling the word into different pieces and good and evil? Yes, it is. Yes, we can. That's what standardization is all about. That is consensus-based. It's really to find consensus on a technical level. What is China's intention? What is the US intention? What is Europe's intention? Is there a common ground? And that's what we discuss on a technical level in standardization. There's a regulatory discussion, what we want to regulate, what are the ethical values that we want to protect in Europe. But in the end of the day, they need to be translated into something that I can measure, because I want to certify that my artificial intelligence behaves correctly. It really values European values. But that is nicely said, but I really need to have a mechanism to really supervise what an algorithm is doing. And that is developed in technical standards. And that is an international community. I mean, we have a scientific community and we have an international standardization community. But as I said in the beginning, it's technical experts. And those technical experts, I mean, you are a computer scientist, I'm a computer scientist, so we can talk about some of the technical details. But this is not what the general public does understand. It just works. It's kind of a hidden workforce that fixes the details. But now it's becoming so critical that we need to raise awareness. And that's exactly what the European standardization strategy does. It tries to raise awareness that there is a mechanism in place. We just need to understand it and we need to utilize it. And China sits around the table, and they are not the evil force in standardization. They are actually a good corporate citizen to bring their own ideas, but with a force that kind of overwhelms, let's say, the representatives we have from Germany and from the US saying, but wait a second, now we have 20 Chinese people with a lot of good ideas. I don't even have the time to really digest what they are proposing, but that's not necessarily bad. So it's really to balance the amount of power China puts into the standardization around the technology areas where they want to be world leaders. And we need to complement that. And we can only do that if we raise awareness and we motivate, especially the private sector, to identify these are the strategic areas where I need to influence those technical standards. And that only works if they donate time, if they actually send their best experts to the standardization committees to find consensus with the Chinese people, with their US colleagues, to reach a common technical language that they can actually describe, and that will be the base of certification of products in the future.
I have two people immediately want to speak. Yes, go ahead, please.
Quickly on that, since you quoted the European sovereignty debate here, I say that, you know, as I started by saying that the standardization, harmonization in this regard, we consider very much as a trade policy topic too. I do think that it does not really make sense to only focus on the European debate. I mean, if it's true that the US is the biggest export market for Germany, one of the biggest trading partner, we're for the first time the second biggest investor in the US companies are highly invested in Germany, doing trade with Germany and European Union and the European countries. I do think, and as an AmCham position, we should really focus on, and as our members' position, to really get a transatlantic momentum there, which is stronger than by rather focusing only on the European debate and kind of an exclusive European debate, I would say. And this is, you know, we can make it very specific. We have an IT Security Act which talks about trustworthiness in Germany. It's a Huawei debate, obviously, you know, in the background of this, in the narrative on this, or the framework of this discussion. But I think, what does it mean transatlantically? How can we, in all these technical terms and regulatory terms, what do they mean for our allies, our cooperation partners in the US, and both sides on the other side of the Atlantic too? That we have sort of a mechanism that factors in how important the transatlantic relations are, not only in a broader sense when it comes to how do we, you know, the values and the rule of law and these kind of things, but also on specific topics. And you can extend this, as you probably did in many other panel discussions, from the IRA up to sort of standardization topics. So I'm just wondering if we mean seriously, creating or shaping globalization through standardization too, we definitely need to focus on a transatlantic angle in this debate too, by reducing barriers, both tariffs and non-tariff barriers on the standards front, by increasing cooperation, and at the end of the day, by shaping, the standardization through standardization, shaping sort of a globalization. I'm still believing in the globalization. Sorry, I might be one of the few. Stormy, I know, will also believe in globalization, I'm very sure. But at the end of the day, if you want to stick with the sovereignty term, then I would rather argue should strengthen a transatlantic sovereignty rather than only a European sovereignty. I know you're not a huge fan of the term sovereignty, but in general, if we want to use that, I do think.
I think Anne-Kathrin Riedel was first, and then you, please, go ahead.
It's working, no?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, okay. To your question, why don't we really care about standards? First of all, I think it's a super nerdy topic, and mostly computer scientists or engineers are dealing with it. And so you're a lawyer. I studied Islamic studies, so something completely different. and I think it's important that it's coming to a political debate. And normally, I'm not the pessimistic one on a panel, but I think still digital policies are not a priority in politics and also not in the public debate. We always say digitalization is very important, but then we stop. And when we come to, you just mentioned the delegations China has and the delegations from Germany or the US in comparison, we see how unimportant it is for us Germans or Europeans or also the US, and we need to put more money, more stuff into these topics to bring it more on the table. And always make the comparison from digital policies to climate policies, for example. Both are topics we don't see. We only see why this topic is important when it's too late. And often I'm afraid that we only recognize how important these topics like standardization or digital policies on a global level and geopolitics when it is too late, when we have standards and put standards away, it's very difficult, I think, when there is, when China set too much standards in digitalization. So I don't like to be pessimistic, but I think it's too complicated, and we don't see it, and we don't see the implications of not acting in this field.
Okay, great. So we have an optimist believing in globalization. We have a pessimist. You raised your hand too, and then we have.
I was going to comment that you were reading the statement about the one mention of standards in the coalition agreement, and it was all mixed up with digital sovereignty, with all these other issues that really have nothing to do with standards. And for me, code words often for protectionism or, we want the data all localized and saved in Germany by a German standard or a European standard. And I think that is where we have the confusion between standards that are technical issues. How do you make a telephone network work? How do you make a payment system work or an automobile run? And the idea of industrial equivalence or competitiveness. And that's really dangerous. Within Europe, I would also say that I've often encountered regulations that require companies to do things, but then have no standards by which to do it. So Europe put in a payments regulation where you had to double authenticate for security, supposedly, the purchase. But there were no standards to make that double authentication, so it's been a complete mess. We would talk at your e-government, digital identity. I've done some work on that within Europe. It's been struggling and struggling and struggling, and it really, in a sense, we can't get standards, but the basic problem with there is that Germans don't trust Greek certification. And so until we really, within Europe, I think there's a big problem of getting standards so that everyone really accepts the other's standards.
So, just for the global issue, not the European issue, because there's a lot of issues within the European Union. There are a lot of issues within Germany, so standard setting. But just this is not the question about whether China is evil or not. If you argue with that, I think you are missing the point, and you just want to make your point that should not be a reason, and it's not. I think it's perfectly fair that everybody is trying to fight for their own interests and values. And there might be a difference in our interest and values to the People's Republic of China. So there's a difference. And then the question is how to compromise on that if you want to compromise. The other is, if you have standard setting in an international context, you have international political players and you have companies. And we have these arguments all over. A company in Germany is not the same as a company in China. So yes, formally, Huawei is a private company. I don't know any private company like Huawei in Germany because it's different. And it's not about being evil, it's about being different. So I give you an example outside the tech world, because I'm from Hamburg, and shipbuilding was the oldest shipbuilding yard in Germany, just closed last year in my constituency, because we are not building ships anymore, others do now. And which is good, because that's globalization also. We would build ships much more expensive than others. We specialize in ships. So, but the standard setting for ship industry is also technically a private issue. There are several bodies to rule there, the IMO and others. And what happens is that the experts showing up there are experts. And if you don't have experts, they don't show up. So, because we don't have shipbuilders, constructors, and engineers in Germany, not because we are good and China is evil, no, because we don't have them, not as many, they don't show up. And what happens then is that China, South Korea, by the way, and others are setting the standards, how a ship works, security issues and all that. And you know what, objectively speaking, that is good because they are doing it, not we are doing it, so they should decide on it, right? And you know, they are really good because they are still building them. They are even better than we are. So objectively, there's good reason to listen to those guys who are building ships today. But I live in a city with a harbor where those ships go in. Standards are super important in interacting. So this is by building a machine. So maybe a ship is it's a little easier to understand what this is about. It's all about politics in this one. And for technology that is a more differentiated, like the digital technology, it will be much more important than that. We would never, ever argue on this. Let's do an international setup for the standards of the F-35. We would not do that. Or for the Leopard 2. No cooperation. Why not? The Chinese build tanks. Why not? That will be better product for all, right? No, we wouldn't even think of that. And that is a super big problem that will be bigger because the Chinese government has pronounced its strategic goals and they will use everything to do that. We also do that. It's not a question of evilness, it's a question of different interests. And that's why I'm everybody is, are you all in the 4G net here in Berlin? Everybody knows it's 100% covered by Huawei, 100%. I think it matters whether that is a standard we can also comply with or if it's just imported by others and not controlled. It's a super important issue. And if we don't have the ship industry anymore, we should probably do it by finance with public money to get experts in there to put our interest in that processing of setting norms. If we are not up to par in cloud computing and whatever the future brings, we have to be there. We have to be on the field first place. And we are not good at that in strategically posing those personnel into that field. And if somebody argues that's a question of private companies and not of evilness, I would say that is not a very sufficient description of the challenges of the future we have. And this is mainly China, of course, I'm thinking always China, but it could be also with the United States, but there might be a more aligned interest and value closeness to the United States, that's much easier. I would propose that, definitely. Depends on the government in the United States, actually, also, and what the people of the United States think, but generally I would say we are much closer to them on that one, because the Chinese goals have been proposed, and it is not that they are cooperating, it's by dominating markets in particular fields of science and industry. So we have to react on our own interests and values.
I see your hand, and thank you. I see hands in the audience as well. So I just have a very quick follow-up question, because it was actually a perfect introduction to this last question of mine, which is about the difference. So there are differences in the way standards are set, or like how governments get involved in standard setting in the US, in China, and in Germany. And I think that was kind of where you're getting as well, was about public funding, putting public funding into these institutions as well. Maybe you can, since you wanted to say something anyway, maybe you can also
it was a very good trigger for a discussion. Where are we strong in standardization? Where are we strong in our industry? That's like manufacturing. If I look at the manufacturing standards, Industry 4.0, that's kind of a German idea, and we are very strong also in standard setting in these areas. So it's a chicken and egg situation. If you're strong in standards, if you set the standards for the world, if you have a strong opinion and a good proposal in the international consensus building around how manufacturing is done, you end up being a leader in a global market. And that's kind of to protect the position of, let's say, the existing industrial base we have in Germany. But now if we talk about IT-related standards, it's much more systemic things. The question is, do we have the industry that can come bottom up with the resources to define those standards for the future? Or are we depending on where we have the expertise, like in the US with the big tech companies, or in China, where the government says, this is part of my strategy to be an IT infrastructure leader, and they really encourage the companies to send their experts, and they have governmental funding programs to make sure it happens. But in our case, I mean, it's a private sector initiative. So we are depending on whether German businesses are really find it valuable for their business case to send experts and nominate them to be part of an international standardization process. But if it's the kind of the consumers that it actually will be dependent on what kind of products, what kind of technology, what kind of services they can get in a safe way, I mean, they have a much weaker position to get involved in standardization, even though the process is there. So if we as Europe, if we as Western countries want to keep that momentum, we must have a mechanism to define what is important, and that needs to be a public-private partnership discussion. Because we need the experts from the industry, because they need to implement these things. They need to have the infrastructure to certify that certain products are according to those values. But it's a lot of work. And that's why we need to have a discussion, and that debate has been triggered by the European Union's standardization strategy. We have a counterpart now with the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, that they're really looking into how we can have a strategic discussion in Germany between the political parties and the businesses to see what is important and where we need to invest in standardization, to kind of not let it happen purely bottom up. If we have a company that has a business case, they send their people into standardization committees. But if it's now more systemic questions, like how we can protect the climate, how we can kind of accelerate the digital transformation, that's not the business case for one single company. That's a kind of societal challenges, but the actual solution happens in standardization. So it's about awareness and about motivating in a public-private partnership to send and nominate experts that they are sitting together with the Chinese, with the American colleagues, and find out what's the common ground. Despite that there is different interests, there's different philosophies, but from a technical point solution, we should at least have the same way how to measure things and to qualify what can be used in Europe, what can be used in China, and what can be used in the US.
Thank you. Yes, I would have lots of questions, but we only have 15 minutes left, so I would like to invite the audience to ask some questions. I see, oh, it's really hard to see. I see one hand, which I saw first, I think, and then a second one over here. I think you need to go up to the mic, right? Oh, okay.
I have a short question to Metin. He has never been in Papenburg. That's correct?
In Papenburg?
Yeah, there's a shipbuilder there. Yeah. Cruising pigs. Very sophisticated.
Actually, I was there.
Sophisticated. Well, we are a hamburger, you know. As we're saying in North Germany, Pfeffersack. Okay. The second is we have to make a distinction between the Chinese population and the Chinese government. Nearly 80% of all companies are belonging to the Communist Party. So 7% of the communist members. We have to realize it. So when we are talking about democratic things, we have to take this into account. Okay, in Hamburg, you have just given 20% away for the harbor to Chinese. Okay, it's peanuts for Scholz or these other guys. But we have to take into account that when you're going to Serbia and you see Chinese policemen looking for optimal places for cameras, when you're going to Africa, when you're aware that AI products are sold to African autocratic government, well, we have to think about it. You cannot just put and saying it's peanuts.
I didn't hear a
Thank
question.
you. I take immediately the second question, and then maybe we can have a round of answers.
And I'm actually rather shocked that nobody has mentioned standard essential patents. This is a big concrete issue. It's not a matter of speculation. It's a matter of international contention. The European Union has filed a complaint against China. The WTO just agreed to a panel in January. That panel is being put together. This is an issue that also involves tension between Europe and the US and China in a very complicated way. The US initiated the concept of anti-suit injunctions, that you could stop a proceeding in another country because you got there first. The UK, when it was still a member of the European Union, initiated the idea that that global royalty rates could be set by national courts. China has picked up on both of these. Europe has responded, not particularly framing the issues in the way that I just have, but in terms of the consistency of Chinese law. So this is a big issue on the table. The European Union, the European Commission has had a consultation on standard essential patents, particularly in the context of IoT, Internet of Things, because that's where a lot of small companies are running into patents held by large companies. And a recommendation on that is due this spring. This has been going on for several years, and it's a big, big issue.
Thank you. I feel like both were more comments than questions. Do you really like to react? Because we see other hands, but no?
I mean, that is a big issue, especially when it comes to telecom standardization. It's not an issue in the kind of a typical manufacturing type of standards area where we are active as ISO, but it needs to be settled. And I think the international standardization organizations are quite careful letting patents being part of standards. So there needs to be kind of strict rules in place. And there is an ongoing discussion, and I fully agree, on how much patent-protected technologies we will let enter standardization without having a license kind of agreement in place that gives everybody access to this kind of technology with kind of fair conditions. Oh yes, when it comes to telecommunication standards. Fully agree.
Great. Then I see, yes, one person here. It's really hard to see.
Yes, thank you. Is this working? Yes. Julian Ringer of European Council on Foreign Relations. First, it's a bit unfortunate that just as we talk about tech standards here, there's actually a really interesting session by the United Nations, the High Representative on Human Rights. They're holding an expert consultation on the human rights implications in technology standard setting as we speak. It's very interesting. And in that context, I would like to ask the question, from my conversations that I've had so far with civil society organizations working this, but technical experts as well. And as you mentioned, there's this big problem that the Chinese, generalizing here, are sending a lot of people and putting a lot of resources into these standardization or standards development organizations, especially ITU. And so far, from what I see, European Union member states are still mostly using the approach of sending someone with technical expertise from the Ministry for Digital Affairs, as well as someone maybe from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and that's then 2 or 3 people, and that's certainly not enough. I know that the UK, for example, is really leveraging civil society, and there are civil society actors who have a lot of expertise, like Article 19, who then join the delegations of the UK government, and they're even empowered to speak on their behalf simply because the resources are so valuable to add them. But the UK is the only country that is doing that, as far as I know, in Europe, and it would be really interesting to hear if other European member states are willing to build such partnerships with capable civil society actors to support them in these, because everyone says it's especially resource intensive. You're basically constantly just watching what is being submitted by the Chinese and others, and you just need man and women power to, well, to survey everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Was it directed at one person in particular, or just the open? Okay, great. Do we take a second question before we answer? I don't see another hand. So you do have one.
I know that it's actually not so much my place to ask a question, but I do have to ask a question. And the question is really at the intersection, building on what we just heard, the intersection of technical standards and really value-based standards and human rights standards and so on. And I'm thinking, well, of the Chinese market again and autonomous driving. And very different standards being developed, but behind this are also different systems. We have an idea of liberty, I mean freedom, also freedom of movement and privacy. That is not so much the values on the other side in China. And I think companies need to decide if they want to be in the Chinese market, they need to follow these standards and implement those standards. But there might be also a line where companies also have to decide how far they want to go. And so I'm just throwing it at you again, the question, is it really that simple to say there are technical standards on one hand side and then there are those standards and regulations where we protect liberties, freedoms, values and so on, or if it becomes more and more interconnected?
Thank you. It's not a question easy to be answered, I think, but it's, we'll try, and I have a couple of questions as well coming online. Yes, go ahead.
Very short. First of all, my constituency is south of Hamburg, south of the river. That's where we make the money for those Pfeffersäcke to spend it, just to be on that part. That's where the industry is, where the low income is, and where the productivity of the city is. And then the picture you just designed is the ones north of my constituency, just to make sure on what side we are. It's not a technical issue only, but it has never been a technical issue only. So, there is no drastic new world to that one. What is new is the need to tie those, you said public-private partnerships, so to tie up civil society, the question in the corner, the technical issues and the economic interest into a standard that can cope with the challenges of the future. And one challenge is that China wants to dominate this. There's a government that has a strategic goal to dominate and not to make money with their companies. That's just a mean, that's not the goal. And that is for us very, very challenging. That's why I think the transatlantic relationship is in a special driver's seat. It's not an equidistant thing. We could go with US standards or Chinese standard, depends on the money side on our companies. No, this is much bigger. So this was an issue in the past, but it will be much more complex in the future because the need to twist it, that's why we're sitting here actually, is getting bigger and bigger by the day. And now we see what happened in Ukraine, and obviously the question is what we learned from Ukraine and the Russian Federation for our China policy is also adding up to this issue, amongst other issues as well. And we just have to get better up to par in our camp where we share the values and principles, because that will be something where we'll be different from China. We will be different. We can wish for the best, but it won't happen on my lifetime. So, and that is also a question of standard setting everywhere. This is not a technical, but this has never been a technical issue only, but it will be more and more a political issue on values and principles.
And just in addition to that, I mean, I would definitely underscore it is in our own interest. Also, it's not only sort of thinking about the holistic whole picture of where the world is going to end up at some point, but really the interest of US businesses, of German businesses, to really work together and create this momentum right now and shaping some form of sort of framework where we can work, and which is based actually on a shared values and shared sort of the rule of law and all these kind of more sort of framework related topics. But I do think that we really should focus on that. I'm just more a little bit worried that, not on this panel only, but the standardization topic is extremely important, but we also have this regulation and the Brussels effect on sort of leading by regulation that we're lacking in this discussion, not on this one maybe, but in general, a little bit the question around the European question around competitiveness here. That is extremely important also in this regard by sort of having a big wave on legislative impulses from Brussels, Digital Service Act, Digital Markets Act, AI, and so forth. You can go on, really thinking about what is the competitiveness advantage here in Europe and what can we combine together with like-minded countries. And for me, obviously, and our members, the US is extremely important in this regard.
Yeah. And I think like-minded countries is also a very good keyword, because we now talk about US, Europe, and China, but there are many other countries around the globe, right? So it's partnership is maybe one of the things we have not really discussed yet here, like what are other partnership options as well. And I got a question here, for example, as well, is how, when talking about transatlantic cooperation, how do the different approaches of the EU and the US affect cooperation between the two countries, the two regions. So, and I think you can extend this question to many, many other countries. So there are many different approaches to standard setting and so on. So that's also maybe a question we could ask. Maybe someone would like to.
For me to conclude, that was about the debate about autonomous cars. And for me, I remember I was at Google when they pulled out of China because they didn't want to have their search engine censored and so forth. It's this, but here you have a case where it's about bits and bytes being able to communicate, and then the company has to make a judgment about what it does with the builds on top of that and whether it's compatible or able to continue in a place like China. And I agree that there are real challenges, especially when it comes to companies that are dealing with information and the exchange of information and so forth. So I think we have to separate this standards debate and the fears around it from the regulations and practices and policies that are built on top of the standards.
Yeah. I see another hand. We actually have 1 minute left, so okay. You'll be then quick, and maybe someone else. Go ahead. Then you go.
No, just to complement what you just said, I mean, if you're talking about international standards around kind of autonomous driving, it's more like define standards on data quality, which parameters to include. And then it's independent of the policy you put in place, where to store the data, who gets access to the data, but just make sure how to make it transparent. What is a data kind of frequency? What's trustworthiness of data? That should be a common ground. How we utilize it into certain regulatory environments, that is up to the legislator in those regions to define, but to have a common language. Otherwise, we would need to develop completely different technologies, and that is the worst case scenario. So that's why we need to build a bridge and disconnect somehow the pure technical discussion to kind of what connects these technical standards to regulation. So what does the regulator require in terms of minimum requirements on these technical standards? But they have a kind of a quality infrastructure in place that you can certify against certain parameters. And that needs to have a common ground across the globe.
I think that was a very nice final statement. So since we're running out of time, we'll take this as a final statement. And I thank you very, very much for your inputs. I thank the audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Please come in and close the door because we are continuing. And we were just saying, this is like on a big stage with all the lights. It almost feels like Berlinale. Well, kind of, somehow. We're looking for the red carpet, but maybe next.
Nothing here.
Yeah, brown
but
carpet.
It's 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, those are the strict timekeepers up there. And as I promised all of you, we have another star guest this afternoon. But before I hand over, as I always do, I want to introduce the moderator of the session, because our moderators are also really important and they are experts in their own right. And it is a great pleasure to introduce Sascha Tamm. And you are the head of the Latin America, North America unit of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation.
Yes.
And you are, so to say, the interlinkage also between Berlin and Washington.
Berlin, Washington, Berlin, Buenos Aires, Berlin, Mexico City, whatever.
Okay, so, and as always, I ask our moderator one question. Since you seem to be responsible for the whole North America and also South America, do you have a favorite country?
Canada, probably.
Canada. Why Canada?
Probably it's the most European country on the whole continent over there. It's a beautiful country, not so crowded. I don't know. That's
Canada. Yeah. Well, next time we have to extend our conference and not just focus on the United States, but also on Canada. It's an important partner, as we might learn in the session as well. But there seem to be lots of other interesting possible prospective partners on that continent. And with this, I hand over to you and look forward to your moderation.
Thank you very much.
And give
Mr.
him
Kukies.
also a big applause.
So, willkommen. Wir setzen uns gleich hin. Ja, genau. So, wir setzen uns. Okay. Welcome, Dr. Kukies, State Secretary in the German Chancellery. I will just very briefly introduce you because you are an exception under German politicians, and you have executive experience both in business and in administration. You've been for a long time with Goldman Sachs, and now you are in the federal government, first in the Ministry of Finance and now in the Chancellery with Mr. Scholz. But most important for us, you are our German Sherpa for the G7 and for the G20. Sherpa sounds always very laborious, you know.
It is.
Probably. And I would like you to share your insights on what can be done in G7 and G20, what are the major problems and what are the differences? Because from my perspective, one, the G7, you are among friends to some extent at least, partners, you share the same values with everyone. But in the G20, you are among a lot of important countries and governments, and some of them are even identified as opponents, competitors, adversaries of G7 countries, particularly of the US. Yeah, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. No, many thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak and to expand a little bit on how the work in the G7 and the G20 relate to trade and tech, which is the topic of the conference. Of course, 2022 was marked by a lot of other things, and especially the Russian aggression against Ukraine, of course, occupied most of the time, rightly so, of the G7, and of course the debate in the G20 was made harder and difficult. We, I think, achieved a very good result in Bali at the end, but of course the controversies in the G20 are more difficult by the nature of the much broader membership than the G7. That's pretty obvious. But at the end, we still managed to find an outcome that clearly condemned the Russian aggression against Ukraine. and also in content delivered, I think, more than some had expected and more than some had feared. So in that sense, I think it was a good year in terms of the process and the progress of the G7 and the G20, and of course we're now working hard to see the same results for the Japanese G7 and the Indian G20 presidency. So in that sense, the work has already started. Of course, we put the coordination on sanctioning Russia, coordinating the response of the G7 countries at the forefront of our G7 work last year. I think it keeps getting reiterated, the G7 mantra of providing financial, humanitarian, military and diplomatic support and stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes, I think has become a very commonly recognized point of agreement within the G7 that goes back to Elmau. I think for us equally important is what we did post Elmau, post the G7 summit. It's extremely important for us that we held a very successful conference on reconstruction of a post-war Ukraine in Berlin as a joint effort between the G7 and the European Union. That was done very, very consciously because on the one side, of course, we see it as a global responsibility, but on the other, given the importance of Ukrainian cooperation, integration, and accession to the EU, of course, both the G7 and the EU have a huge role to play in this recovery, reconstruction, and modernization. So, of course, we were very proud that at the end of our presidency, in the last video conference of the leaders, we set up the donor platform for Ukraine, where now we're getting a huge amount of public and private sector support to fund the reconstruction and the recovery of Ukraine, both with government funds within and outside of the G7, but equally important, also conceptualizing the ideas of how to crowd in private capital that will eventually flow into the reconstruction effort. So I think that's a very open, very important split. Of course, for us, equally important to avoid the kind of risk of conflict that we saw potentially arising, given differences in views to the evaluation of Russia's invasion against Ukraine, is the fact that we consciously made a point of inviting and involving the Global South to the G7 summit in Elmau. So the fact that countries that either abstained in the UN or didn't join the sanctions regime of the G7, such as India, Indonesia, South Africa, Senegal, Argentina, who are, of course, also a very heterogeneous group, but are certainly countries that we have to partner with and that we have to take on board in this process, all of which were enormously important for the process going from the G7 summit to the G20 summit. 4 of them, of course, being G20 members, Senegal in the dual role as a very important democracy of Africa, but also the African Union presidency, guest country of the G20 last year, was also vital in mobilizing and organizing the consensus that we reached in Bali. So I think there's a very logical progression, and a lot of what we did on the Global Alliance on food security, on the support to help the Istanbul agreements on facilitating grain exports from Russia and Ukraine with the destination of the Global South, also showed the Global South that we're serious when we say that, while we clearly have a policy of condemnation against Russia in the war and militarily support Ukraine, we also want to minimize the impact on the Global South of this war, and are even willing to work with Russia on this key question of fertilizers, of grain exports. And even though it's difficult and sometimes bumpy in terms of getting getting the grains out of the ports, it is actually working. And so in that sense, it is sort of an illustration, and the support in Bali for the Istanbul agreements also shows that even in a situation like the one we're in, we can find a minimum of humanitarian consensus. And that, I think, is also important. Now, over to the big topic of this conference, trade and tech. That, of course, plays a vital role in the evolution of the G7 and the G20 in this year. The Japanese presidency, of course, has a huge interest in this topic, and we fully support them with focusing on trade and technology in terms of the content that they will deliver in the G7. In terms of the priorities, the Japanese presidency has put economic security as a key element of their G7 priorities, and they are taking a very broad definition of economic security, namely all of the national security measures are a core component of this. So we have discussions on investment screening, on export control, on counter-espionage, counter-sabotage, anti-economic coercion measures. And many of the components we will discuss in a very broad way. And of course, all of those impact both the trade element and the technology element because of the work that we will be doing on resilience of supply chains, on building on the work that we've done in the German G7 presidency on this, also working with the OECD on this, I think will lead to a lot of very important debates. The idea behind this, of course, is that the economic activities and national security concerns can be very closely linked, and we can't have a narrow view of security focusing on the military aspect only, but we have to take the whole trade technology aspects into consideration when we think about national security. So I think that's something where we have these two words, economic and security, which sound they have somewhat of a tension within them as a key priority of the G7. Actually makes a lot of sense to think about the interlinkage of the two. We also have the view to develop a positive narrative on this. So we do not want this to be creating the perception of a pure anti-China policy or narrative emerging. We want to have a more positive approach to this. So in that sense, thinking about strengthening the resilience of supply chains, I think, entails a lot of thinking about diversification. Of course, we as Germany, having gone through one of the biggest mistakes, both in public policy but also private investment decisions, on over-reliance on Russia as a source of energy, and seeing the massive adverse implications of that during the whole year of 2022, not only in terms of limiting the scope of our policy making, but also economic cost to our society. We sort of are, a natural-born interlocutor for that debate on what we need to do in terms of diversification. So that is something that is very important for us. And also we want to have a positive narrative in the sense that once we tell our economy and our companies to diversify out of concentrated risks, we also have to tell them and support them in telling them what to diversify into. As every private sector risk manager knows, having a concentrated exposure is a bad thing, but not keeping it means you have to have somewhere else to go and to diversify your assets into. And translated into trade policies, that of course means that we have to massively accelerate the speed with which we conclude free trade agreements. And the European Union is, I think, picking up the momentum. I think Germany contributed. Also, one of my personal highlights of 2022 was the ratification of the trade agreement with your favorite country, as I just learned, Canada and the European Union, that had been in sort of nowhere land in Germany for far too many years. The fact that Germany is now ratifying it shows that we're making progress, and that has to be a motivation for us to think about Mercosur, Chile, where we just were 2 weeks ago, India, Indonesia, Australia, New Zealand. The amount of free trade agreements that we want to integrate into this positive narrative of diversifying is something that's extremely important because it is a core element of the German economy that while we were massively concentrated in terms of energy and made the mistake of consciously not diversifying sufficiently, for the economic aspect, that's not as easy to make as a point. If you look at the trade relationships of the entire Indo-Pacific, I would dare to venture, Germany tends to be top 3, at least top 5 trade partner to Indonesia, India, Philippines, Malaysia. I mean, if you look at the rank of Germany as a trade partner, we're actually quite high. So you can't say that the German economy is neglecting these. It's just the problem that the accessible market in China is so outsized that a certain concentration just merely comes from having a proportionate share in that market. So the big chance that we see is through reaching trade agreements, we can support the growth of trade overall with those markets. And of course, another positive narrative, let's stop complaining about the Belt and Road Initiative in the sense of only complaining. Let's take the initiative of the G7 last year on the partnership, the global partnership on infrastructure investment, and put a sustainable, fair counterbalance to that, and let's show to the world that we are, as the G7, willing and able to put hundreds of billions of euros and dollars into making sustainable infrastructure partnerships a real phenomenon. The same goes for the Just Energy Transition Partnerships, which we are building now as one of the other key priorities of the G7, to also put a positive narrative on what we are doing to diversify out of concentrated risks. And I think that's extremely important in terms of the priorities that we have. It'll lead to a whole new export model for many countries. We were just in Argentina, Chile, and Brazil. All of these countries have vast potential for renewable energies. Even though we have a very ambitious program of expanding renewable energies in Germany, the estimates of all of the experts is we will still import, even if we're successful at 100% electricity from renewable energy in 2035, we will still need to import between 40 and 60% of our green hydrogen from the world. So that opens a whole new channel of trade to many, many countries who have favorable conditions for wind, solar, geothermal, hydro, and many other sources of energy. Turning finally to digital, one of the key elements that we want to do in tech is also to combine trade and tech in the discussions. The concept that was developed in data free flow with trust, I think, is an enormously important concept to avoid unilateral localization rules on data, to allow data to flow freely, but in a rules-based method where certainly the G7, hopefully at some point, the WTO, the G20 can also help with this in terms of facilitating a rules-based free flow of data where we have the rule set and the framework to allow this to happen. The concept, and that's why I'm very optimistic, was developed in 2019 during the G20, coming from Japan as an idea and a concept. So Japan, of course, is very focused on this now in their G7 presidency, and I think it's extremely important to have this concept of rulemaking and cross-border data flows, because of course much of what we're seeing in terms of protectionist trends is these stringent rules on data localization, which will prevent the free flow of data. So in that sense, I'm quite optimistic that Japan will use its G7 presidency, and everything that we've been starting to discuss now at the level of the Sherpas indicates that there will be a large focus on that. We're proud that in the, I would say, realm of less well-publicized achievements in the German G7 presidency, the concept that we developed of the action plan for promoting data-free flow with trust is something that now gives sort of a good framework for the Japanese G7 presidency to work on, operationalizing it further. We have the proposal of a secretariat permanently, so I think this is something that, that will evolve over time and help with exactly the topic of this theme, namely the trade tech conference, where you can see the combination of free flow of data, which is enormously important for the development of integrating and helping the growth of the tech sector with trade ideas. So that, I would say, are the key points, but happy to discuss them further as there's requests.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And yes, perfect timing, by the way. Now we'll start with one question, which is important at every transatlantic conference, German-American conference. The most important topic always is China to some extent. And we've discussed China in depth this morning, yesterday, all the time. And I think you are, and German governments, European governments, in a certain tension between G7 and G20. You know, you can, from my perspective, you can find a lot of solutions also for the free flow of data, for some trade issues in the G7. And you can maybe include a lot of other countries into this. But you also have to deal with China, because they are not like Russia at the end of supply chains, but because they are completely intertwined in the whole economic system of the world. What do you think? Is there an opportunity that we can reach deep agreements on this data security issues and also on intellectual property and so on with China as well?
Well, of course it's challenging. No doubt that there is quite a lot of real-world challenges to exactly and precisely these topics. We've seen some encouraging signs, but also some less encouraging signs. So I would say the verdict is out on whether, especially on these delicate themes, there's enough strength and power in the G20 to find agreement. I would say I mentioned some positive elements on the Bali summit where I really think we outperformed and did better than was expected or feared, however you want to say it. But there are some other elements that are very relevant to global trade where we performed less well. I would put the global debt issue at the forefront of that, where it was surprisingly to many possible to agree within the G20 on a consensus on the position on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. However, less well publicized, but to me very painful, was the inability to agree on a common language on the global debt crisis. I mean, of course, this is getting into a very sort of nerdy kind of discussion on footnotes, but the fact that one country consciously insisted on inserting a footnote that they do not agree with the G20 consensus, and it was a 19+1 consensus, is quite concerning, because the one country that insisted on this footnote is one of the largest creditors of the global South. And unfortunately, this is not a purely nerdy sort of exertion and investigation of a G20 text, which people like me spend 4 days and nights in windowless rooms on the island of Bali negotiating, but actually translates itself into a less consensual way to deal with debt problems, which, as many economic experts say, will probably get worse before they get better. So that is certainly a big impediment, I would say, to global cooperation. And that's something we're working on in many cases, of course, in all of the MDBs. But it is certainly an issue that makes me less optimistic. The same goes for an area where I was specifically disappointed that if you compare the Bali text with the Rome text a year earlier, we stepped down in ambition level, and that's on anti-corruption, where it was no longer possible to agree on the OECD consensus on anti-corruption. Why am I saying that in a reply to a question on trade and technology? If we can't agree within the G20 on principles that we were able to agree on that are so important for rule of law, for transparency, for fairness, for level playing fields as anti-corruption, and we have to go down in ambition level, it will be very hard to agree on things that on a global scale are probably even harder to find agreement and conceptualize, like free flow of data.
Okay, yeah.
And of course, if you can get into the minutiae of the ITO and all of the standard setting bodies, where it's also getting harder and harder to achieve consensus. So I think it's an ambitious program, and we really have to work hard to find this, but I would say there is still a huge amount of work to be done, and the trend at the moment is not clear whether it's unanimously positive at the moment.
What do you think about the future of G7, G20? G7 is to some extent clear who's member. G20 is somehow an extension, and somehow they are also adversaries of the West and so on. What do you think? Shouldn't there be a format in between?
So I find it amazingly positive that a few years after the legendary picture of the American president sitting like this, and the whole global community of leaders sitting on the other side of the table looking puzzled, you're saying that it's so obvious that the G7 works and is clear and is positive, right? So it's not a foregone conclusion, I would say. There's still a lot of recent history that the G7 wasn't always the sort of the epicenter of harmony. So it's very good, and of course we're very proud that we achieved this consensus, but that's also not a foregone conclusion. If you look at the unity and the willingness of the entire G7 to take resolute action on all of the adjectives that I mentioned, from military to financial, macro financial to humanitarian, on the Ukraine, that was also not a foregone conclusion, that this uniformness of response of the G7 to Russia's invasion would automatically happen. And I think if you compare the resoluteness with which we acted to prior instances of Russian aggression, it is something that we see how important this resoluteness is, because potentially the fact that the G7 didn't react as strongly to other acts of Russian aggression put in Putin's mind a false perception that we wouldn't be able to do so in 22. Of course, all of that is speculation, and there's many people who are much more capable than me of evaluating that. But I do think we shouldn't sort of have a lazy consensus that all the work in the G7 is done and it'll always be smooth sailing. And on the other side, of course, the G20 needs to focus on the fundamental things that matter. I mean, the fact that we also, as a core takeaway from the G7, have the foundation of an open and inclusive climate club is an area which opens the door to the G20, right? I mean, I think everyone agrees that in terms of solving the problems of climate neutrality, nobody can think that we will achieve that without China, without India, without Indonesia, without Nigeria, and all of these countries that are either large and therefore large emitters to start with, say China, or that are growing so fast in population that, of course, with the combination of growing wealth and population, if they don't work with us on decarbonization, climate neutrality will simply not work. Even if we turn into climate neutral, if the fast-growing countries, both demographically and in terms of per capita wealth, don't do so in partnership with us in a climate neutral way, we simply won't achieve these goals. And the Climate Club is our conceptual ideas to, instead of tagging ourselves with carbon border adjustment mechanisms that then trigger adjustment mechanisms in other countries, we want a cooperative way of thinking. And the big challenge this year in the G20 and beyond will be to move this concept out of the G20, where we now have consensus, and invite other members to join. And we were, of course, thrilled in our Latin America trip that many Latin America countries are already joining this initiative.
Okay, thank you very much. But I would go a little bit further on this question. How can we attract better partners? Partners you've already mentioned, like Brazil, Argentina, Indonesia, so on, because they are somehow, in economic relations at least, in between China and the West.
Yep.
And I very often have the feeling that the West tries to bring them in a position where they have to make a decision between China and the West. And from my perspective, that's not the best way forward, I think, because they do not want to make a decision. They want to take the best from both sides. Would you comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons why the G7 presidency made a conscious decision to involve India, Indonesia, Senegal, South Africa, Argentina is precisely this thinking, to avoid, other countries would have aligned easier and quicker with the sort of consensus in the G7 than the countries that I mentioned, but we consciously said to avoid this sort of split in the G20 and the perception that the G7 is acting only together with like-minded countries, we consciously made the I would say, in terms of agreeing on the resilient democracies statement, harder choice of involving other countries, namely the 5 that I mentioned. And I think that's sort of going in the direction of our thinking. Much was made in the media when we had the press conference between Chancellor Olaf Scholz and President Lula on the divergence of evaluations of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. I'm surprised that the press or the public was surprised. I mean, what President Lula said was completely consistent with what he's been saying for months and months and months, so there was no surprise in that. What I found deeper and more insightful in terms of understanding the thinking was the elements that he mentioned in the bilateral conversations, but then also in the press conference, on what are the elements that will make him support the Mercosur agreement. And he was very clear on this. He said, Europe has to rethink its stance on agriculture and be less protectionist on agriculture. But he also said, and this is quite interesting, he said this as the man who just won the election against Bolsonaro on a platform of protecting the Amazon, of stopping aggressive deforestation, of stopping overstretching the use of deforested areas for agriculture. He also said in the press conference that the European Union should reconsider its deforestation legislation just introduced, because from the perspective of the global south, this is going too far in terms of demanding protection only. Because as he said, we have a lot of people in Brazil who need subsistence. So I think, and the other part, by the way, that doesn't come across well in the global south is the combination of sanctioning or overstretching the point of sanctioning in trade agreements violations of sustainability rules. Because, of course, in the global south, the perception, and President Lula in the press conference made that very clear, threatening us with sanctions on rules that you have made without our involvement is not a level playing field.
Absolutely.
So I think, you know, to get these things across the line and to get deeper alignment between, let's say, EU and Mercosur, but this is just one example of many. When you listen to speeches of Modi or Widodo, you hear similar points made in public. A final point that I would make is the question of commodities and raw materials. Being too free trade on those things is perceived in the global south. And again, the press conference that I mentioned is a good example of that, as extractionist only.
Yes.
So, of course, the owners of plots of land that have lithium in the ground and copper and nickel and many other things will not be happy with global companies coming to their country, taking the raw materials out of the earth and taking it elsewhere for further processing. Of course, they want more parts of the value creation in their country. And a purely sort of free trade in the economic perfectionist view of the world is simply not acceptable for them, because they say, of course, we need to give economic incentives for local production, but seeing failed models of development that were based on extractionism leads countries in the global south to say we need to insist on more value creation in our own countries. And I think if we don't accept that, then the trend towards achieving more and more free trade agreements simply will not work.
Thank you very much for your insights. As I understand, you are a cautious optimist on the G20, right?
Yes,
yes.
That's a good way of putting it.
Okay, then thank you very much for your insights and for being with us in your very, very tight schedule you have to follow. Yeah, and thank you very much. You and yeah. So, jetzt müssen wir hier noch da kurz lächeln. Okay, ja, vielen Dank nochmal.
Vielen Dank.
Danke.
Und viel Glück mit allen Verhandlungen. Ne? Don't you sometimes wish you were a little mouse in his luggage and were able to listen into every negotiations he is doing? That would be really interesting. Being in the inner circle of the G20 and the G7 and the negotiations. We are running a little bit behind the time. But we have, I know, I do have to go onto the stage. But we have another really, really wonderful and great panel coming up. And just bear with us for a couple of minutes. Wir haben nicht mehr 6, wir haben 5 Panelisten. Und 7, dann haben wir 6. Einmal. Also wir haben 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 und mich 6. Ja. So this is going to be a huge panel. And it is so big because we wanted to get different perspectives into this very important discussion. We wanted to hear from the business side, we wanted to hear from the government side, we want to hear from the think tank side. So it became bigger and bigger and bigger. But I'm pretty sure that we will have a wonderful discussion nonetheless, very lively. And thank you so much for setting this up so quickly. And unfortunately, one person who we also would have loved to have here tonight, today, it's almost tonight. Today, she had to call off because she became sick. That is Nora Rode from the DGB. I would have loved to also have the unions with us here on the panel, but we will just do that next time. You can't, I mean, we are still living in an age of pandemics, so that is why she can't be here today. But let me introduce our panelists, and one by one, I'm going to ask you to come up here. This is, as I said earlier, kind of the Berlinale moment, so you can give all of them, each of them, their deserved applause. So welcome to the stage, Dr. Andreas Audritsch, member of the German Bundestag, Bündnis 90 Die Grünen. It is free seating. I'm going to take the seat out here.
Then I take it on this side.
So, next I welcome Tony Fernandez, Deputy Assistant Secretary, U.S. Department of State. Tony, I think you deserve an extra applause, right? It's your first time in Berlin? Yeah. So, I also welcome Emmanuel Fresser, EU Affairs Manager, UPS Europe. Then I welcome a good old friend. They are all friends, and they're not old, they're just long-term friends. Welcome Stefan Ruhnhoff, member of the German Bundestag, CDU. And last but not least, Miss Raw Materials Recycling, a wonderful friend of the Aspen Institute, Marie-Christine von Hahn, Vice President Corporate External Affairs, Aurubis. No. Sorry about this. We can't do this. The two girls sitting on the stage right next to each other. Can I ask you to come over here?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Right in the middle where she belongs, at the center. So this last panel, and I have to say I always wanted to do this, introducing every one of them and then having this applause kind of moment. So on this last panel, we want to take a closer look at supply chains and global infrastructure. And we want to look at it more closely, also from a sustainability point of view, but also from a security point of view. And so I would like to start with a very quick round, and please, really just a very fast round. What does sustainable supply chains mean to you? In very few words. Let's start with Marie-Christine.
To me, sustainable supply chains means that we find a way with international partners and design the supply chains in a way where everybody along that supply chain makes what he or she or the country can do best.
Thank you so much. Andreas, what is sustainability?
Maybe I start from that angle. I think sustainable supply chains first is stop being naive. We have been very naive in the past years when it comes to having supply of gas from Russia, for example, but also in the Corona crisis. We always thought that material is just here. Nobody cared about it, actually. So stop being naive from a security point of view, but stop being naive when we look at the crisis that we have in front of us, the climate crisis as well, so being sustainable in that sense as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Tony.
Yeah, I would say I'll start with 4 words. Good, achievable, partnerships, which you mentioned, and then the 4th is that it's critically important.
Okay, and there we have our first treat for this panel. No, thank you so much. So, Stefan. sustainable supply chains?
Sustainable supply chains do have to address certain policy fields, I think. And one field which was just mentioned is the security issue. It has to address social issues. It has to address environmental issues. And I think if we can fulfill certain criteria in all these areas, we actually have sustainable supply chains, and that we have to focus on.
Mm-hmm. And last but not least, Manuel.
Well, I would say that sustainable supply chain also entails facilitating trade of environmental goods. Trade facilitation, it was reminded yesterday by the Deputy Director General of the WTO, facilitating trade for clean goods, efficiency energy products, I think is extremely important. And removing also tariff and non-tariff barriers for those type of goods can help us also in lower emissions. So I think that's also another important point to keep in mind.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is a good basis to continue our discussion. Now, a second fast round. Why is it so difficult to establish sustainable supply chains? And let me ask Tony, why is it so hard, or is it not hard at all?
I mean, I say it is hard, but I think it's hard because it's something that historically we haven't focused on. And I think that the pandemic has given us a chance to really think about how our supply chains are structured. I'm with obviously the U.S. government, and the private sector controls supply chains typically. And so without the pandemic, I don't think the U.S. government would have been as involved in discussing how supply chains should move forward. And so now we have, I think, a historic opportunity to examine how to do that.
Mm-hmm. Marie-Christine.
Well, I'll add to what Tony just said. I think when we look at our supply chain, so Arubis, for those who don't know it, is one of the world's leading copper producers and the world leading recycler of copper. So we're completely dependent on international suppliers and on well-functioning supply chains. So, and what we face in sourcing both primary sources from mines and secondary sources from recycling dealers, from scrap dealers, is that we see still always a certain skepticism about total commitment to partnership along those supply chains. This is what I was referring to in the beginning also. So if you take, for instance, Chile as one of the most important copper suppliers, they have a very strong tendency to, I don't know, at least under the current new government, to go for as much independence and as much sovereignty and management of their own raw materials along a vast part of the supply chain. Whereas we would say, let's see how we can design the supply chain. You focus on sustainable mining because we're all dependent on it, and we'll help you with going forward with sustainable further development of products. So I think these partnership thoughts of who does what best in the most CO2-friendly and the most climate-friendly and the most less CO2-emitting way, in the most sustainable way of producing. Let's have a look at that. And this, coming back to your question, what is the difficulty? So really committing oneself to not bilateral partnerships between one company and the other, but really have a look at the entire supply chain and see how can we interact for the global climate which it is, to benefit most from, and also to see in terms of security, stability and peace, ensuring wealth and growth in all countries along those supply chains. That is something we can only jointly work on. But I think there's still, with these tendencies of nationalism and a desire for autonomy, as much as autonomy as possible, it will remain a challenge.
Mm-hmm. Andreas, your party has been pivotal in passing the Lieferkettengesetz, supply chain law.
Supply chain due diligence law.
Due diligence law, thank you very much. And this is one of the attempts to make supply chains more sustainable. What motivated you, first of all, but secondly also, it was met with a lot of criticism because the implementation isn't that simple. And it creates challenges, particularly for smaller and medium-sized enterprises. So what do you tell them?
For this question, you asked the question, why is it so difficult? And I would answer this question by saying that looking in a short-term way of thinking, it is always easier not to adhere to social standards, not to adhere to environmental standards, for example, but also to have just-in-time production, because you have the feeling then the materials are here and then you can start immediately producing. It's cheaper, it's easier. That's the thought that has over many, many years been the main thought talking about supply chains. And the first debates that started on the Supply Chain Due Diligence Act were in a situation when we were only talking about social standards and environmental human rights standards. Now we know that looking into the supply chains means to have more security in general. So having a long-term view brings more human rights, brings more social standards, more environmental standards, but also brings more competitiveness in the long run. And changing this way of looking at economy, at looking at supply chains is crucial in being successful in the end. And talking to companies, we have an interesting development. There is a long discussion between companies, and companies that were against such a law 10 years ago, 5 years ago, are in favor of it now, because they know that if we bring the standard up, if we have a level playing field for all the companies, then it's easier for every company that started this already. If you started this, if you know that it is better in the long term, but other companies are not doing it now, then you're not as competitive as they are. But if everybody starts thinking in a long period, then the competitiveness of all the companies gets better in the end. And that's the way of thinking that we need. And talking about this in that way with companies brings them to the point where they actually are in favor of such a law.
Oh, really interesting. Turning to Stefan, this is, first a German law, right?
Yes.
It's not a European law. It is, or EU law. And it's also not a transatlantic initiative so far. And also not a G7 initiative yet. Does it make sense to go it alone? Or what would you say?
Yeah, so first of all, I would like to take some more point. There are a lot of companies in Germany which are not in favor for the supply chain due diligence law, and especially the small companies are not in favor of. So secondly, the coalition of social democrats and Christian democrats, which I'm a member of, have negotiated on that, and it was a huge discussion if we need such a law in Germany or if we do not need such a law. And there was also a lot of pressure from the Social Democratic Party to actually bring this law through. From my point of view, we have to do something to actually address human rights issues, to address environmental issues. The question is if that law and national law is the right way. We have our argumentation from the Christian Democrats was, let's wait for the European law. Let's wait what will come up. Now the companies have to implement the national law. Companies of the size of 3,000 workers have to implement it from the beginning of this year. So, and companies which have more than 1,000 employees have to implement it next year. And additionally, on top, there is negotiated now a European due diligence law, supply chain due diligence law, and we actually will see a law up to now. One can see that it will be much tighter, will address much more companies, and yeah, it will lead to huge bureaucracy. So with regard to the objectives we have, yeah, we are on the same side. But when it comes to the question of implementation, we have huge differences, and especially when we are facing a situation, a new situation not only after the COVID pandemic, yeah, but especially after the Russian aggression against Ukraine. And we are in a new world, the Chancellor has said it, and we have to question ourselves if in this new world we are right with a law which does not correctly address strategic and geostrategic questions, I think. And in so far, we have to think about it. And we have to think what we can do on the European level.
Mm-hmm. And we come back to the European level in a second, and also to the transatlantic level. But I also wanted to bring you into the discussion because, I mean, UPS makes supply chains work, so to say. I mean, you're a company which transports lots of things around the world all the time, every day, every minute, every second. What if such an initiative or such a law, what does this mean for your company?
I think, well, as you mentioned, we are positioned, we have a kind of a first-hand view because we move millions of goods every day across the two sides of the Atlantic, so we have a preferential view on a lot of those issues and the impact of a lot of regulations. And what we see is that we see both in the EU and the US emerging regulations and policies that aim, of course, at measuring and accounting for private sector emissions. And I think it's important to know that all these initiatives, which are extremely important, of course, they have an impact on global supply chains. We see that. And so I think we should not undermine the fact that there is a sort of extraterritorial standard setting implications in these initiatives being developed. And from what we see, because again, we move goods all over the globe, and so basically what we think is really important is that the fragmentation and lack of predictability, certainty for companies can be an issue. So potentially, the idea of having environmental reporting that is as streamlined, as simple as possible, and have some sort of coordination across the two sides of the Atlantic, I think that in the long run will be extremely important. And also if we look at SMBs, we move globally a lot of volumes that SMBs that want to, SMBs, small businesses that want to export globally, of course, they rely on our services, and they don't have the capacity sometimes to meet the requirement or to meet or to be able to understand also the requirement of environmental reporting in some case. So I think it's important to understand the impact of climate legislation on small businesses, to support the small businesses, and again, to agree on coordinated mechanisms. And I think the TTC, as we discussed during this conference, can really play a role in this sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you so much. And on the TTC, I want to bring in Tony again. Is this, when the partners meet and they have their discussions, and there's also a work stream on supply chains, do climate issues, human rights issues, labor rights issues, do they play a role in this?
Yeah, so first let me say that I'm one of the co-chairs for the working group in the TTC on supply chains, and over the last year and a half, had a number of conversations, obviously, with the EU, talking about all of these issues. And so the way the TTC is set up is that we have working groups focus on supply chains, but also environmental issues, also on trade, and labor cuts across all of those issues. This administration is very focused on labor issues because American workers have been devastated by unfair labor practices. And so it falls within all of that. There's an overlap within the TTC, and I would say that it's critically important to us to work with the EU and all of the member states. But I would also note that we're also working through the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework on these same issues about environmental standards, labor, and supply chains. And we've just announced recently the Americas Partnership, which is a number of countries in the Western Hemisphere, same issues. My team works on all of these cross-cutting issues, and so whatever we're doing with the EU, we're going to be doing with the Indo-Pacific and also in the Western Hemisphere. So yes, 100%.
Mm-hmm. And a new work stream or committee has been created on labor issues as well?
Yes, that's right. It's part of the working group that's focused on trade, so it's between USTR and DG Trade, but it's focused particularly on labor.
Mm. And has something come out of it yet?
So it was announced in December. So we had our first. Actually, I participated. So the U.S. hosted in College Park, Maryland, the last TTC, and so I participated in that labor dialogue where we had members of the different unions and other stakeholders from both sides of the Atlantic who were there to talk about their issues, what was important to them, and we had the senior leaders from both sides of the Atlantic there to hear them. And now the next steps is, as you know, Sweden is hosting the next TTC is to move forward on that.
I have to admit, I did not know that. Which city?
I'm not sure exactly if Sweden has decided, but as you know, they are the presidency of the EU.
No, wonderful. Thank you so much. I want to talk a little bit about trade agreements now with you. For well-functioning supply chains, we need some kind of rule-based order. That could be multilateral, it could be plurilateral, it could be bilateral. Unilateral is probably a little tricky, but we need rules for this. And in the past, both the EU as well as the United States has signed quite a few trade agreements. We're still trying to do so as the EU. And I want to ask you, what makes a good modern trade agreement, which take into consideration everything what you have said and tabled? And Marie-Christine, can I start with you again?
You can.
I think you don't have a choice.
I found one thought of Michael Link last night during dinner very, very striking, and that was the reflection on what happened when, or what happened before and while the US were establishing IRA, and what happened then on the European side. He said that his impression was that the Americans very much so perceive us as very strong and very good partners. And they didn't even think about how not so good Europeans might perceive IRA. They were just simply, that's what he basically said, right? That the impact or the dimension of the impact of IRA and on the side of the Europeans wasn't foreseen. And just like that, on the European side, it wasn't foreseen that we wouldn't come up with, hey, let's see what we make out of that and how we deal with it in a positive and productive way. Instead of, there was a huge discussion coming up in terms of more or less in the direction of retaliation, which makes completely no sense at all. And from our company perspective, not at all, and for many other people neither. Because obviously in this world, and Stefan has been referring to it already, in this very, very, very dynamic and very geopolitically challenging world, it would make most sense to tier with one row, on one row. From a company perspective, coming from a company where we do have very strong European sides and a very strong commitment to our European sides, and at the same time a huge investment in Georgia. So really looking on both sides of the Atlantic and seeing what potentials lie on both sides of the Atlantic, and also, again, supply chains. Make supply chains in a way where they're designed in a good way. It makes sense to cooperate. So what would make a good trade agreement, I think, is find a consensus up front and then really put a strong focus on these, coming to your first question again, find priorities and set priorities, jointly agreed priorities, for instance, saying we want to establish a flow of materials, a flow of substances we need on both sides of the Atlantic in a way that it makes most sense. So, and coming up with that up front, that would make most sense to me.
So develop a strategy, common interests.
Yeah.
Stefan, if you were to rate the next trade agreement, those 1,400 pages, as they are usually long, what would be in there?
So, I want to come back to the former question, actually, because you asked, what is a modern trade agreement?
And a good one.
And a good one. Yeah, I think we are in a time where, as Marie-Christine just said, we need priorities. We have to prioritize the topics in trade agreements. We cannot put everything in trade agreements. Trade agreements have the objective to foster trade, to enhance economic relations, and that should be the objective in trade agreements. And what does that in the end mean? For me, a modern trade agreement in our times is a trade agreement we can ratify quickly, and we have to ratify much faster now trade agreements than we did before, and to also address the environmental issues. I look to Mercosur and the EU-Mercosur trade agreement. If we do not ratify this agreement, Europe will have no say in how the region will address in the future environmental issues. Within the Sustainable Development chapter of this trade agreement, there, of course, it is the aspects which have been addressed in this are not aspects which can be sanctioned by the European Union, but it is a contract which is a basis for enhancing, for fostering economic relations, but also other aspects. And to make it more clear, from my point of view, what we have to do is to actually have, as soon as possible, as quick as possible, new trade agreements with our partners, with our friends. But this is not the only answer. From my point of view, we should also look at those states which are in the middle. Yeah, which are in the middle. What do I mean by in the middle? We are in a new world, as I said. We have on the one side the Western open market economies, democracies, and we do see on the other side more authoritarian states with state economies. And if we do not care for those countries which are in the middle, we will lose them. We will lose them to the other side. We will lose influence in those regions, and we do see that already. And that's why I say, let's do it with our friends, but don't forget those partners which we also need to create a better world.
Yes, you are allowed to clap. Andreas, at some points in Stefan's speech, you were nodding, and some parts you were politely listening.
I'm always polite, so.
We have been colleagues.
Lots of the things he said are right. So let's start by saying this. And I start with one point in talking about the question of being pragmatic. I think that is very important in talking about trading with the United States, for example. This means to stop talking about the idea of having TTIP 2.0 or something. It's not going to happen. It's just like you have to talk to the members of Congress once, and then you know that it's not going to happen. And so the thing that we have to do is to start looking at what we can do now. And I, for example, think that a very precise agreement on the question whether we can lower tariffs for industrial goods concerning climate change, new technology, all of this. This could be an idea to move forward, to start at a certain point and then do the next step, I would be very interested in your opinion on these questions. Second point, you mentioned Mercosur. Talking to the administration in Brazil, for example, means to know that they have a huge interest in not only trading, but in also safeguarding the rainforest, because they know that this is the only way to, in the end, come to the point where we can save the climate and where we can save this planet. It's a little bit big at the moment sitting here, but that's the thing we're talking about. And if we are doing a trade agreement, not having that in mind, then in the end we'll lose much more that we can win on the other side. And the good thing is that there's an administration that wants to work with Europe on these things. The question is much more, are we willing to give our part? It could cost something in the end. We'll see. It's not that we are just saying, so you are saving this forest for us and we are trading and having the benefits on our side. It's a question whether we are sharing the responsibility for that. And coming to that point means in the end having better trade agreements in the end. For example, we don't have to go this way exactly, but we have a very good trade agreement with New Zealand at the moment, because we have sustainable standards, so sustainability standards in this agreement. And it is working. And the European Union started to go this way, having sustainable standards in each and every trade agreement in the future, and what the German government is doing. And that's what we were negotiating in the new trade agenda of the coalition, is going this direction together with the European Commission, together with the European Union, together with the partners with New Zealand. And now let's see how we get into that direction, talking about Mercosur. So we have to get new agreements, but it is important to have some standards in these agreements, because in the end it will be better for our partners and it will be better for us, and it will enhance the level of having sustainability. And we started with the question, what are sustainable supply chains? And we said it's about security, but it's also about environment, it's also about social issues. And neglecting this now when it gets more precise is not a way we can talk about trade and then act in trade policy.
I want to pick up on the issue of lowering tariffs for environmental goods, because this is also something you mentioned. And this is something which already had been negotiated in the past, right? I mean, there was the attempts to create a plurilateral agreement on environmental goods. I don't know if you remember, we called it EGA, Environmental Goods Agreement. Well, I mean, it kind of died. There were some attempts to revitalize it, but not with great success. If I remember, UPS was pretty much in favor of such an agreement. Why? Could you explain?
Well, I think there is, first of all, I think there is, and we were discussing now cooperation, bilateral trade agreements, and these new platforms emerging like TTC. Now we also have a TTC between the EU and India. It's not only EU and US, so a new platform to cooperate. And as the Commission pointed out yesterday, to have a comprehensive discussion on how we can cooperate. And I think what is important to keep in mind is that in a scenario in which, of course, the way multilateral governance is changing, we need to find new ways to develop opportunities for business also. Because opportunities for businesses of all sizes, including the smallest businesses. And again, facilitating trade for environmental goods, for clean tech, not only, of course, lower greenhouse emissions and has a positive environmental impact, or at least doesn't have a negative environmental impact, but can really create new opportunities. And I think this is actually what we are going to see in the future. The world is very fragmented in a way. Cooperation takes different shapes and forms, but how can we still create opportunities? And that is why, for example, I think this is an important point. Just to go back maybe quickly on what is an ideal or modern free trade agreement, I think it's a free trade agreement that is also focused on environmental sustainability and is also focused on inclusivity. I think the EU-Chile free trade agreement is actually another very interesting example of a trade agreement that for the first time introduced a chapter on gender diversity in trade. So this is also another aspect where we can, for example, support women-led businesses to export more globally. And this is another way to create opportunities, and maybe other free trade agreements should also look at this aspect in terms of being a more modern, more inclusive version of an agreement.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tony.
Yeah, I think one word that's important to add is achievable. So I think that you've been around for a long enough time to know the different ups and downs in the U.S.-EU trade relationship. And
are you saying that I'm old?
Not at all.
Experience.
Experience. I like that.
An expert, certainly an expert in the transatlantic relationship. So I think we also have to look at what's achievable. And from my perspective, the TTC provides us that opportunity to talk about all these issues and to focus on what's achievable, because I think for the industry, they just don't want another place where people talk about things and nothing actually gets done. And so we're very focused on trying to, Rupert yesterday was talking about this push for deliverables. That's something that we're very focused on, because we know that the industry expects that, needs that. Our citizens expect that and need that too.
Yeah, thank you so much. Before I bring in all of you, I want to get to one word in our title, which we haven't talked about yet. I mean, not the Trade and Tech Conference title, but the title of our panel, and that is infrastructure. And we thought that infrastructure is really important also for supply chains, for development, for trade. And we hear about all those global infrastructure initiatives. The EU has an infrastructure initiative. The US has an infrastructure initiative. China has an infrastructure initiative. Do we talk too little about infrastructure? Or maybe we talk too much about infrastructure and do too little about it? You're nodding?
Yes. So let's look at the European level, the Global Gateway Initiative. I'm a bit wondering, it was announced more than 1 year ago now, I think. So, and we haven't seen very much in the last couple of months, very much which is getting concrete. There was an amount of more than 300 billion euro announced for infrastructure projects. But yeah, now in the last in the last 2 weeks, I think there was firstly announced first projects, but it's much too slow. When I look at the China Belt and Road Initiative, we have seen now for a long time investments on the African continent, which are very broad, which are huge, and we are coming a bit late, and we have had already a strategy, the connectivity strategy, and we haven't seen much with that as well. So if Europe really wants to bring forward sustainability, to bring forward environmental issues, we really have to focus on that aspect as well. I do not want to deny that environmental and social issues have to be also addressed in trade agreements, but we have to set priorities. When it comes to infrastructure, we can do, but we actually have to go into the countries.
Tony, is infrastructure something which is talked about in the TTC?
Not in the TTC, but I would say that our administration is very focused on U.S. infrastructure. We've talked a lot about the IRA. Well, that's about the U.S. infrastructure. The CHIPS Act, that's $52 billion focused on U.S. infrastructure. And so the administration wants to focus on first investing in the United States to figure out how we can better support sustainability and working with our partners. And so, as part of that CHIPS Act, we definitely believe in partnerships as being critical on the semiconductor supply chain sector. And so we want to work closely through the TTC and with our other partners on how we then invest in them and other parts of the world.
Marie-Christine, infrastructure matters to you as well, right? I mean, big times.
Big time. So we actually need everything. We need maybe except planes. I was just wondering. So, but we need ports.
Are your products too heavy?
Sorry.
Are your products too heavy for
planes?
A little
bit too. We need ports. We need railroads. We need roads and trucks. We need everything. And obviously, we're trying to improve our own infrastructures all the time to make them also as CO2 neutral as possible. Yeah, we are dependent on that, and we see, and obviously our decision to go to Georgia in that specific location had a huge portion of making the decision to go exactly there where we're going was because the infrastructure is perfect. Not too close, not too far to Savannah Port, good railroad system, good connectivity for trucks. That is certainly true, and that is also an issue, as many other issues we see on the European continent and on the contrary, at least in Germany and Belgium, the streets are not in good shape. The railroads are way too little, and the capacity is too small. And making improvements here is a long way to go, and it ends up with long decision-making processes. Whereas, again, in the US, when in that site we were going to, the railroad connectivity is only foreseen, but the planning process is so fast. And then we gave it another push and said we really need it, and now it's all on track. So it's really, there's a slight difference in mindset, and again, what Stefan was saying, prioritization. What, from a lawmaking and policy making point of view, what is it that I want to achieve? Do I want to have stability and growth and prosperity by a flourishing industry? Then what do I have to provide it with? And that is certainly energy at affordable costs, that is raw material supply, and that is infrastructure and workforce. There's many things, but those things, but you have to pick up, you have to choose as a decision-making body, you have to pick the priorities and say, okay, what do I need to ensure that?
And Andreas, we can't do it all at the same time?
Actually, that's a huge debate that we are having in the German government at the moment. Are we prioritizing? Are we actually not doing it? Everybody that lives in Germany knows this debate. We Greens are very much in favor of focusing on energy, focusing on repairing our streets, not building new Autobahn now. But that's a discussion that we are going to have in the German government in the coming weeks. I want to add something in general to this question of infrastructure, because it's of high importance, and there's many aspects to it. There's the aspect that we just had talking about the energy supply. We need new pipeline projects, for example, in Europe to Spain, coming from Spain, France, Germany, to be able to have in future cheap supply of energy, what is crucial for any kind of industry and economy. So there are huge infrastructure projects in Europe that we have to start and then finish as fast as possible. But there's another aspect to it, and maybe I come back to what I said in the beginning, not being naive anymore. How naive have we actually been when we sold the harbor of Piraeus to China? Just a few years ago. It was being naive towards Russia when it comes to gas. It was so naive when it comes to selling infrastructure to China in a time where it was just not necessary to do it. It was just the idea of punishing Greece in the end, I would put it this way. And it had no strategic view in a sense of what is coming and what do we need in the end, and that means infrastructure. And we had just now the discussion on COSCO. It's a harbor in Hamburg, or a terminal in the harbor of Hamburg. We were very much in favor to be very strict on not letting China get into this harbor. It was a huge discussion in our government. We didn't get quite there. We had to compromise in the end. But in general, like having a much more strategic view on chips, the CHIPS Act in the US, we are getting one in the European Union now. Having the infrastructure, not selling crucial infrastructure to countries that we cannot rely on, etc. So there's a lot of aspects to this infrastructure topic, and it's of huge importance.
And with this, I would love to open it up for the audience for questions. So please, Yes, please. Ah, Claudia. If I see correctly, yeah.
I don't know. Claudia Schmucker from the German Council on Foreign Relations. First, a short comment. I'm really happy that you talk about infrastructure, because I think when we talk about allies, about friendshoring, about how to have partners, it's not only free trade agreements, but infrastructure. And my point would be what Stormy mentioned. We have so many initiatives. We have Global Gateway, we have Build Better World, we have so many G7 initiatives. Where's the point where the US and the EU can push one forward so we believe in it? I mean, we have all these names, and I don't think they were filled with financial commitments. I think this is what Stefan mentioned. And my second point would be free trade agreements. We talked about the necessity that's important to get rare earth and raw materials. And we heard Dr. Kukies just before, who said we can no longer expect from countries in the global south to just have extraction. So what does this mean? If we want to have more value added, what does this mean for a free trade agreement with Mercosur or other countries?
Thank you so much. Anybody else who wants to jump in now? This is one of your last chances, I have to say, because our conference is also coming almost to a close. No? Well, thank you.
Yes. I wanted to ask this question to Mr. Kukies in the previous
Would
session.
you please stand up so that everybody sees you?
Yeah,
Thank
I wanted to ask the question to the Mr. G20, because nobody mentioned here these 2 days the issue of digital taxation. So it was a controversy for many years between Europe and the US, in particular between France and the US. They reached a final or basic agreement in the Rome G20 meeting with BEPS and the two-pillar approach. But now we are waiting for implementation. So that means, is this issue off the table? Or so what do you think about the future of digital taxation, also taking into account that a lot of developing countries, Brazil, India, are very interested in the issue. And it's now under the umbrella of the OECD and G20. So what is the future of this issue? Thank you.
So many issues which have an impact on trade, and taxes is definitely one of them. Let me hand first over to Emmanuel. Would you like to answer to some of Claudia's questions?
Well, I think when we look at infrastructure, I mean, I'm positioned a bit not in an ideal place to comment on infrastructure, but like from the perspective of maybe I can add another element to the discussion. For the perspective of a transportation company, I think we also need to look at the importance of the transport infrastructure. And I think the transport infrastructure, because goods move thanks to transport means, and in the end we have a significant potential in terms of cooperation between the EU and the US to actually sustain also the green transition of the road and the air transport. I think one of the very first tangible outcomes of the TTC was actually this agreement on common technology standard for heavy-duty vehicles charging systems, which was really like one of the first things that was discussed. And now the possibility also for the EU and the US to support the transition towards zero emissions by also facilitating the uptake of bridging technologies like bio-liquid LNG or bio-CNG. I think that's also a very important element that will become crucial in the future. And then there is also a big discussion, and maybe from our perspective very important also, what is the future in terms of aviation fuels, transition towards sustainable aviation fuels. There is still a significant price gap between the sustainable aviation fuel and the conventional jet fuels, and so of course there might need to be tax incentives, and potentially this price will have to be reduced for airlines to be able to purchase this type of fuels. So from our perspective, that's how we look at infrastructure. So maybe in this way, just I can add another element to the discussion.
Hydro-powered planes for across the Atlantic flights?
Well, that's too soon.
That's a little too soon, maybe. But we are also looking into the future. Stefan, would you also come in on Claudia's questions, and maybe also on the tax issue?
I will do. First of all, I would like to answer to the raw material question, and the question what we have to offer in the future, those countries where we look for raw materials, and what we can offer is technology. we can offer technology to those countries and investments to extract raw materials. I think that is something which is very much welcome by those states, and I really hope that we were discussing in the German government the question of a raw material strategy. This is something which which has to be addressed in that strategy. First of all. Secondly, digital taxation. So I'm not too much involved in this is something for the government, but what is definitely necessary is that we do not see taxation which hinders actually growth in the field of those companies. We do need them in Europe much more, and we haven't seen too much investment in the tech area in Europe in the last couple of years. And so far, I'm not against digital taxation, but we have to very closely look at how we can actually foster investment in the tech field in Europe. What else? Yeah, I will stop here.
Yeah, Marie-Christine, when we talk about, I mean, building up on Claudia's question, those countries want technology transfer, and they want not just to export the raw materials, but also to refine and then to move up the value chain. But that doesn't mean, I mean, when we talk about technology transfer, that we give our technology for free, right? Or what does it mean?
No, well, obviously not.
Obviously not.
No, obviously not. But again, it's a matter of partnership here. And I don't know who read it, but while Chancellor Scholz visited Chile, Argentina, and Brazil just 2 weeks ago, or 2 or 3 weeks ago, Aruba signed a agreement, a memorandum of understanding with Codelco, the biggest copper corporation in the world, in Chile, expressing exactly that, supporting them in becoming more environmental friendly with techniques, while strengthening our business partnership. And this is what I wanted to point to. What does it take, or what does it mean for this, particularly for those companies in Southern America? I would like to make very clear, we are all, the entire world is heavily depending on the mining sector of Southern America. The demand for copper and many other metals, but mostly copper, is so huge and steadily increasing still, because all transformation technologies, all renewable energies, all grid improvements, all electric vehicles consume vast amounts of copper and other metals. But let's have a look at copper, because it's so beautiful and so important. There is no point in time on the horizon where we will be independent from mining, and that is while having a complete focus, as in Aruba's, to increase recycling capacities as much as we can. So coming back, we're very, very dependent on a very intensive expansion and intensification of the mining sectors in Southern America. And obviously, while doing so, we must enforce and encourage them and support them in implementing the most sustainable mining techniques we can have. And there is really strikingly impressive techniques and methods to do so. And I think this is something where the Southern Americas, Chile, but other countries as well, with those partnerships with European companies can really, really benefit from. And again, we are dependent on their steady flow. But from our experiences with dealing with them, it is really, they perceive us as partners. And one word on China, just to touch it very briefly, from our experience, they're very longing to make business with us. They know that the sustainability track is so much better if they cooperate with us instead of with Chinese companies. They're completely convinced, so they do want to But the Chinese was coming with all those monies and with very, very, very short procedures of permitting and, and granting financing. It's sometimes a little tricky.
Yeah, could I mention, so we have maybe the audience isn't aware, we have a mineral securities partnership that Germany is actually a part of. This is a new initiative focused on sustainable mining and extraction of critical minerals. And so it's a mixture of developed and developing countries, but for example, Canada is a place that is very rich in critical minerals. But as you mentioned, China has cornered the market on both the mines and also the processing. They don't do it sustainably, and they can pay the highest price and sell at the lowest price. And so we have united, Germany included with Canada, the United States, and others, because we recognize that on critical minerals, it must be sustainable. It must be fair wages for the workers, it must be environmentally friendly, and it has to bring a value added to the place that you're pulling these minerals out. But we have to compete with China, who does all the opposite of that. And so when we're talking about infrastructure and trying to support that infrastructure, this mineral security partnership is an answer to that, but it's new, and it's difficult to compete with China.
Andreas.
We are at a very interesting point now, because putting the things that Stefan Ruhnhoff and you just said together, starting at the point that many, many countries, middle-sized countries, but also big countries like Brazil, South Africa, many countries, they are just asking themselves the question, with whom are we actually going to work? Are we open for everybody? Are we going with Europe, the US? Are we going with China? Are we going with Russia in the end? That's a huge strategic question that will be answered in the coming years. And seeing this, we have to ask ourselves the question, what can we offer in the end? What is the main thing that we have to go there and say, work with us, it's better for you? And that's the point where the strategic question and the sustainable question come together in the end. So if we can tell these countries, if you are working with us, you will have sustainable development in your country. You won't have extraction, and then we are taking the goods, and you will stay where you are. There will be no development, as China is doing this. As soon as countries understand this, they will know why it is important to work with us. So having trade agreements, having investments, raw material policy, whatever, that puts first the idea of sustainability, of working on the same level with these countries, will firstly bring social standards, secondly bring environmental standards, and thirdly will bring security in the end and strategic advantages in the global foreign policy. And thinking this together opens up a way to go for us, Europe, the US, in the next 10, 15 years. Doing the stuff that we have done in the last years will bring us in a dead end in the end.
Yeah, may I answer the question on digital taxation? So I spent a lot of time the last 3 years working on this issue, and so we were at a very difficult situation with our European partners on digital tax. Reaching an agreement at the OECD on a global minimum tax is a really big deal, was a big deal. And particularly in the United States, putting a new tax was not a very popular move by the current administration, but they were able to agree to that. And so we still continue with those. We're hoping to finally have everything completed at the OECD. But that's a huge number of not only at the OECD, but a huge number of other countries that have bought into the global minimum tax. And so that's a big deal.
Thank you so very, very much. I keep getting the eye from my team. I could go on forever, and they know this. So this unfortunately concludes this really interesting panel, but I very much hope that we continue this discussion. There's so many other aspects we could have touched upon today, and even digged a little deeper. I find it so interesting to watch what is currently happening in the Bundestag on trade issues, on the European level, on the transatlantic international. So much is happening every day. This just marked for us a start of this dialogue. We very much hope to continue it. Give them a huge applause. please. So, we do a quick picture, and then don't run away yet. You're not free to go yet, because we have to also officially close this conference. But first, we do a picture. Thank you so very, very much. And if I may ask you to leave the stage. Yeah, because there over the last 1.5 days, and I can't believe that it's already over. You keep working towards such a conference, and then like this, it's gone, it's over. But behind the scenes, there was a team which made everything possible. An amazing Aspen team. This is the moment for you to come up to the stage. Give them a big, big, big applause. Come on up. Okay, and I quickly need the microphone. So, oh wow, I didn't know that we had so many people working at the Aspen Institute. This is really, really quite cool. Eva, come into the middle. So this is the main organizer of the whole Trade and Tech Conference. This is Eva Mattes. She did everything. Yeah. So, Eva, your favorite conference moment?
Okay, I want to make it really quick, but when I first joined Aspen, the first conference I organized was the Aspen AI Conference 2021, and as you all know, it was mid-COVID, and a week away from the conference, we had a mutation coming in, and we had to reduce participation to 30 people, and had most of our speakers online, and it was great, but seeing 180 people in here at the opening yesterday, that was a moment that I'll never forget. And I thank all of you for coming. I thank every speaker, every moderator for coming, and I hope to see you again next year.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you see, this is very, very much the next generation. I mean, this is the future. We are kind of the past. Yeah, or present. Well, that was very kind. But the right hand and the left hand of Eva was Driss. Driss, your favorite moment?
I guess to me it really is just to see this all come together and see the diverse set of people we had here, both on the stage and on the floor. You know, to have different business sectors, to have politicians from the administration, think tank people, academia, and in the climate we have currently, just to see that different opinions and viewpoints can come together and have constructive, productive, and really open-minded dialogue. It's more important than ever, and that's really the mission of the Aspen Institute, to create this forum for all of you. Aww. And to see it come together is quite a beautiful thing.
Yeah, isn't it? Isn't it? And so you need to make space in the middle. We need to see. We need to see that picture. That picture. If you're a small think tank like the Aspen Institute, and we are pretty small, and you don't have a lot of financial resources, and thank you so much for all of our partners. We wouldn't be here today without you. Everybody does everything, including social media, design, organization, content, writing the papers, doing policy advice, and I'm really, really proud of this logo and that design. And I'm also very proud because one of our student assistants did this. And this is Lena. And Lena, I think you also deserve a very, very big applause. And really last, I can't point out everybody, but all of them are really special and loved. But maybe you saw out in the parking lot an old green bully, a VW bus, and you wondered, what is this? This is our Aspen baby, which we adopted together with Mel. Nothing would go at the Aspen Institute without Mel, and Mel was the shuttle in the green bully, not just for us, but also for all the materials, and that is very special too. Give her a big applause. So, this concludes, Oh, no, you're absolutely right. This is another special, there's so many special persons to point out. So another very special, did you see our annual report out there? It is sitting right there, yeah. If you haven't seen, oh yes, please, Hannes, go get it, because that is your baby. Yeah. Probably there aren't enough for everybody because they're on high demand. But if you're interested to take a look, it's on the website. And Hannes did the report. And you know, our interns who jumped in right for this conference, wonderful work, our transatlantic team and everybody. And to all of you, thank you so much for being here. And Christian, come on up. So this, okay, if you don't know who is the brilliant photographer, this is him. We have lots of really nice pictures of the conference. So if you want to take a look or if you want to have some, let us know. Christian is just wonderful. Thank you so much for doing this. And this really concludes the conference. Thanks to all of you, to our partners, to this location, and we hope to continue this conference. So stay with us as partners so we can do it again. Thank you so much. We wish you a wonderful evening.